Thank you. good high end for
How's it going, Vinnie?
I wasn't sure if it was this place. It was so busy. The parking lot is like jam-packed. I couldn't even get a spot. What is it? The restaurant?
Could be the restaurant.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, it's right now it's probably the restaurant and shit. Which is weird because they always yell at us. I'm taking our spot. I think he's got us for a start time for 7.
Okay.
Go ahead and warm up, do whatever you gotta do.
Yeah, yeah.
Paul, can you throw the big back on there?
6. Nope.
How long does it take you to get about an hour and a half. Or like hour and 20. I live in the city, like a buffer.
So you get your
It takes me 25 minutes to get to Bison. So.
Thanks for coming out, man.
Yeah, yeah.
They're trying to get my son double the agreement set up and just the aircraft by you.
It's funny you say that. I was actually at Bison like, was the last night or the night before, and I was saying how I want to start to do something there. Like I'd love to like commentate and do something, but
I mean, I'm sure if you bought it,
I told him I buy it. I mean,
I could tell you all the stuff.
I don't know. I don't know shit about it. That's the thing. Someone would have to like set it up for me.
You know, it's super easy. I give you credit. It's like fucking easy.
Really?
What's your use computer pretty well? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I'm decent with computers. Like as far as setting up the cameras and stuff, though, like I don't know.
Oh, you're good.
You need like a specific camera.
I would literally go there and set it up for during like 20 minutes and like. Nah, I mean, you get a. He's got a super nice camera. The nicer the camera, the better, and then the light helps too.
That's like all my family and friends have been watching. They're like, the stream is like crystal clear.
Oh yeah.
Like
So
that must be a super nice camera.
Oh yeah, I have a 4K camera. It's alright. It's a little.
Yeah.
Blurry. You can like read the numbers with it. Like, I mean,
yeah.
I don't know how much that camera costs. I'm guessing it's probably a couple grand.
That's a couple grand.
I would have had to some. Ask Michael. I mean, you can get away with like whatever.
Yeah. Maybe I'll talk to Mike. I'll say like, hey, if I split the equipment or something, like, and I do some of the commentary or whatever, maybe he would do it. I mean, it would be easy on that main table just to put it like above the bar.
Yeah.
Like it would be so easy. I mean, I know he's got
The
one.
The problem is the Wi-Fi in there is like.
Yeah.
All right. It's pretty tough to. You could probably do that because the ceilings are kind of high in there. So you could. But he doesn't have the correct light.
Right.
Like, so you could get an overhead view, but you don't really need that, to be honest. Like,
No.
People watch it. That's just like, it's nice to have.
It'd be nice to have it there, so it's not like we're always having to come out here. Like you guys can come there sometimes or whatever. If, like, to stream, I mean, to play on stream. So, like,
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he used to just put me in the tournaments, and then I'd bring all my shit there. It's easy to set up and stuff. Mike's done a really good job, but he's easier with drop ceiling to run wires and stuff. And then you can only run so far to a camera. It's like 30 feet or something like that. It's the max you can get because you drop your power at that point.
and then what is just like a software you like buy for the computer?
It's free. It's
YouTube.
No, it's just a free software you download, and then all you do is like add a camera, and then you find the camera on the computer, click it, and it makes the background for you, and then you just slowly make text displays over
And
everything.
then you do the commentary. That's just
adding a mic onto that. It just says like you want to add a source, which is you want to add a microphone, add a text box, and a.
So if we set up the camera at Bison, you realistically like I can commentate from home, right?
Mike figured out a way to do that. I believe it's by Zoom. Like he does basically a Zoom call, and that way he's sharing because the commentary is live, but the stream is not live.
Right.
So you have to, if you have somebody watching it, they have to be able to watch the live camera. They can't watch the stream. If that makes sense. So you have to. So I think that's what he does. Is you could just set up a Zoom call, share that laptop screen, and then you could.
Right.
You'd have to have somebody there doing that, or you'd have to drive there and then drive back home.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I hope he's like down for it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he would. I mean, he's got so much money. I'm sure. I'm surprised he just. I told him, I was like, dude, you can buy all the shit from Best Buy. Get it like.
Right.
You could essentially get 24 months no interest on it if you get a Best Buy gift card or credit card or whatever.
Yeah.
And because you're buying so much shit at once.
Just for exposure for the pool, like you'd think he'd want a camera in there somewhere, though. Like.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's like, I'm making pretty good money now. Like, well.
Right.
Then the other thing too is like, we didn't have like a lot of issues, but you really have to have good people on commentary that aren't
Right.
like bad mouse or whatever.
And like actually know what they're talking about, like somewhat. I mean,
But it's more like you can't have any negative things said about anybody or the pool hall, right? Because you always want everything to be positive out of this. This is a little different because Mike, like that Mike would be doing it, right? He would never be commentating. Maybe he would once in a blue moon. This Mike is essentially running it, so he's there 24/7 monitoring it, and I think that's kind of where Mike is just maybe a little concerned, where he's just like, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be down to commentate. I would love to do that. I even told Mike, I was like, if you ever need someone to fill in, I would drive out here and commentate.
Yeah, I told him I'd set all this shit up for him, like whatever. I don't know. He's awesome, so I'll do whatever that guy wants.
Right.
He's always been super cool with me. So.
Yeah, no, he's awesome. He invests so much into the pool hall too. He just redid all the lights.
I know did he? That's cool.
He put all lit
lights.
lights. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Can't wait to be out there next time.
Yeah, no, it's looking good. This is nice. I like coming out here because I have like so many family and friends like that don't live here. Like like a brother lives in Alabama, brother lives in North Carolina. So it's like they never get to see me play. So it's like cool to just be like, hey, throw on this YouTube link and like watch.
The YouTube is nice too. It's better than the.
Oh yeah.
Like, because you can go back and rewatch it yourself and stuff. I like that about it.
Yeah, my brother missed the match and he like went back and watched it.
Yeah, he put the hurting on T.
Yeah. He didn't. He was like tired. He had just gotten out of work. He did not play. I've seen him play much better than that.
Yeah, he's been working a ton.
Is one pocket more his game too? He was like trying to get me to play one
No,
pocket.
not at all.
Oh really?
I've never seen him play a single game of one pocket.
Really?
I think he just didn't want to fucking. I think he's just tired.
Didn't want to like have to like bear it
Which
out.
is weird because I would say if you're tired, play 9-ball.
Right. Yeah.
Kind of easier, I guess.
What's like your favorite game? You
I love one pocket.
You like one pocket? So I like just started playing one pocket. I like never played it.
I mean, it's just super interesting and like at the highest level, those guys are so freaking just creative. I think that's the coolest part about it.
Right.
And you're doing like a 9-ball, you're moving, maybe you break out a ball every now and then, but for the most part, you're doing like just making a ball and moving the ball around.
Right.
There, they may have to hit 5 balls and move all 5 of them and maybe make one. It's wild.
You know Dominic Firamuska? You know him? He's always a bison. He's gamble. He likes to gamble.
Maybe. Somebody was asking me about him.
He's looking for like big one pocket matches,
Yeah.
like 100 a rack.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know. He told me to kind of put the feelers out.
I think Jake Nilsson mentioned him.
They play all the time. All the time. Yeah. I mean, I think Jake gets them for the most part. What time is it?
6:49.
What's up, Bob? How's it going? Good to see you.
Oh, there's probably 2 or 3. Go ahead. See, now you notice I had there and then I went like this.
Yeah.
So I was right there. And then I went, no, that's not right. And I shortened it. And instead of making the 11, I went right by it. Scrap. Trust your instincts sometimes, yes.
Do we ever meet out in Buffalo before? Or?
Us?
Yeah.
We played. I played you in a tournament once. One of the 9-ball tape tournaments I had at Bison.
Is your uncle Danny? Or, oh, okay. I don't remember that. This must have been a real one.
This was like maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Who won?
I think I beat you. I made a 3-ball combo to win it. I don't remember.
Let's go. Are you on Facebook or anything or no?
No.
I think I have your number for you.
Yeah. I was telling T, I'm like willing to drive out here because I just feel like there's like not that many players in Buffalo to play with anymore. Like I feel like a lot of players just like they just kind of gave it up. Like you probably remember like Tyler Miranda.
Yeah.
He and I we used to play all the time, like 4 times a week, and like he just moved on to like wherever, Friendship, New York or something. He never even comes back.
Yeah.
Well, if I banked it,
Yeah, he was
I have to
decent. He
draw
had like a nice
into
stroke.
the
He just like
Yeah.
and
he
hope
just
the
didn't
ball
put the
stays
like the
down
right
here.
practice in it.
Yeah. I like playing because he and I were pretty even, so like I like playing with him, and then like Carl Bergio, you
Well,
know
once I
him.
actually looked at
Got,
it,
like,
I
longer
realized
hair,
I
good
could
one-pocket
hit
player,
either
really
the
good
8 or the
one-pocket
4
player.
on the cover.
Yeah, I know Carl.
He then he's had like health issues, so he hasn't been coming in.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you guys, and then everybody else is drinking or doing drugs.
Yeah, there's just like not that many.
Corey
I
used to
mean,
be pretty good out there.
yeah, he's done what's going on so long with us.
Oh, he died.
Corey,
Damn.
Yeah,
Look at that.
maybe a year and a half ago, something like that. Yeah.
Man, that's crazy. Dude.
I don't know. I didn't get to play. Like I only started coming in the pool hall maybe like COVID time, and I played him like maybe for 6 months. He and I matched up a couple times, and then he like went back into the drugs and then like a year ago, someone said, "Oh, you heard he passed away." I'm like, "No."
Holy fuck, I didn't even hear that.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's not like
You put a little bit of right-hand English on it. So when you did that with the higher hit, it throws that ball in the left. That's how you undercut it.
And I like playing with Jake Miosi, but he likes to play for like way too much money. Like I'm more of just like I like to play like $50 sets, you know, whatever, $20 sets. Like he likes to play for way bigger money than I like to play for. So.
Yeah.
Force it to get off the rail, right? Yeah. So why not just draw it back?
That's how like Case and Sean are. And
A little bit of draw.
I mean, they work too. But it's like I don't
Your
have
center.
That's what I'm saying. It's like I can't come to the pool and lose $400 a night. It's like I gotta pay my mortgage. You know what I mean? Like,
same way.
I
Hopefully, in like a year and a half, I'll be able to play some like cube sets.
yeah.
For right now, I'm trying to. I'll play like a big one every now and then.
Yeah, like every once in a while, $100 set. You know, like I play week team, I play for 200, but that's like the biggest I'll play for. Like,
And I guess play too.
Your vision was I have to play.
we're doing what? Race 9 for 100?
Yeah. And you're up 50.
Because the angle you're giving yourself doesn't allow the 7 to the 6.
Gotta be getting close, right?
Or draw it back because both shots that have the capability of getting to either one next.
Run the bathroom quick now.
That's one of the things to look for sometimes is like when you're down to that 1 or 2 balls and they're on the same side of the table. Is there a spot I can get close and have a choice at either one instead of having to go for just one of them? Like, can I get somewhere in the actual for me to still be able to see and make?
How you been? Good.
Were you guys just playing for standard 9-ball rules?
Yep, we're just gonna do race to 9. I don't know if he does jump cues. I don't have a jump cue. I don't know. Yeah, probably just
You
standard.
guys can start in like 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, alright.
Play rail, you play 2
I
rails.
shaved because I heard someone mentioned on the last stream that I looked old.
Oh, it's because you don't have your hat in your
I didn't wear my hat the first match either. No, I didn't. I'm in the picture. I'm wearing a hat, but I didn't wear it during when I was playing.
Okay. Well, I guess you do look a little younger now.
Yeah, I had to shave. I had to bring the baby face back. You were like, but the funny thing is, you were like, yeah, last time you looked 20. I was rewatching it. You were like, last time you looked 20. You were like, but now you're like, he looks like 40. But I'm actually 41. So I was like, that's not like terrible. I'm like, you actually had my right age. I mean,
I don't know why I thought you were a lot younger last time.
no, I'm 41. Should have a good viewership.
Are you guys
tonight.
planning to play only a single set or?
I think we'll just play like one single set. I mean, if he wants to do something afterwards, we can just even do it off stream, or if you guys want to keep streaming or whatever.
Whatever, it's up to y'all. Alright, well, good luck, Vinny.
All right, thanks, Will.
Shoot well.
Yep. No story with the socks today. But
Just blue and green, what's the story? No story.
I was like the buffalo
You
flag.
just have like different colors?
I
you
just
know?
have different colors. The blue is like the buffalo flag, and then the green is because I've been coming out and taking out like so many people in Rochester's money.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
like green for the money.
Oh, okay, green for money. Blue and green, got it. How many colors do you have?
I have like 2 drawers of socks. Yeah. It's not just solids too. I'll wear something crazy one time.
Nice. Alright.
All right. Just you on the commentary?
Yeah,
line?
for now. Mike will join in a little bit, around 8. Cool. It's Canarvis MMA.
We're live right now, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'll share the link.
Alright, Dan, good luck.
Thank
Yeah, whenever you guys are ready, you can start. Alright.
Oh yeah, that's what he was just asking. Whatever rule, I don't really jump, so but you can jump. I don't care.
Yeah.
Just regular, just wild 9. No 9 on the break though.
Yeah, no 9 on the break.
No,
Rack yourself, magic ring.
Rack, yep, rack your own.
All right, good evening, everybody. We are live from Billiard Breakdown in Rochester, New York. Today we have a special match for you. It's not part of the Top 15 Player Series, but we have a match with our champ, Dan SHARLOW, going up against Vinnie Lesh from Buffalo. Vinnie recently played here a few days ago, and today he's going to be taking on Dan SHARLOW, champ of Rochester.
Especially because we don't have a rep. So it's like, if you hit
Has a
him
nickname
after
Vinnie
you hit the
Socks
cue ball,
because of his
another foul.
colorful
Well,
sock
basically drops
choices.
to a foul,
Today he's
but
wearing
then,
blue
but if you
and
move
green.
2 balls at any time, then
He told me that the blue stands for the color of Buffalo,
if
or
you move
Buffalo's
something,
flag,
just stand up.
and the
move it
green
back, and then,
represents all the money he's been taking from Rochester
everything
players.
counts after you've struck the cue
Can
ball.
he do that today against Dan SHARLOW?
3
We
fouls,
shall
push
see.
out everything else.
Yeah, I don't like.
The two players are playing a race to 9
I gotta call
nine-ball
a shirt
pool.
calling you, and you feel like
Standard
then it's
9-ball
like,
rules apply.
We gotta get it.
Nothing too crazy.
Like,
Winner
keep it
breaks,
simple. We
rack
don't-
her out, and they're just going to get started. Vinnie Lesh, aka Vinnie Socks, with the first break. Good break by Vinnie. Pots the 1 ball in the left side pocket. Has a clear shot on the 2. Gets a really good spread here, so quite a good break to start us off with. We have Nick K in the chat, who says hi. Hi, Nick. Glad you can tune in. Good to see you. While we're bright and early, I'll start a poll in the chat. Who do you think is going to win this match? Is it going to be the champ Dan SHARLOW or the challenger from Buffalo, Vinnie Socks?
I was worried about scratching the corner. I was like, I'm gonna have to put so much spin on it. I'm gonna scratch the corner.
All right, so we have a poll in the chat. So make sure you vote for who you support. Who will win this match? Is it going to be Dan SHARLOW or Vinnie Socks? So far, we have just 1 vote in favor of Buffalo's Vinnie Socks. We have a comment from Robert Schreck, who I haven't seen yet. And Robert says, this thing's over already. Vin's got it. All right, quite the confidence from Robert Schreck. I imagine you're one of the Buffalo guys, Robert? Or are you a Rochester local? Either way, I'm sure Vinnie will appreciate the confidence you have in him. And Dan Charlo is not going to make it easy for him. Dan here with a good chance after a miss by Vinnie. The 5 is over the pocket, so not a lot of work here. Just has to pot the 4. Dan Charlo goes in a little bit into that 6 ball to hold position. Leaves himself quite a good angle to go 2 rails into the line for the 6. So Dan should be able to play this with a little bit of right to go 2 rails around the top right corner pocket and come into the line for the 6 ball. He can pull off this shot. Everything else looks pretty open. He needs a decent positional shot here. Dan instead uses left. Instead of going 2 rails, he goes 1 rail, which is totally fine. He overruns it just a little bit, but he should be able to go to the left long rail and to the right long rail and come back up for the 7 ball. So, no problems here. Good pot by Dan Charlo. It's a bit of an angle here, but he shouldn't have any real trouble holding for the 8 ball in the top right pocket. Might have to play this with a touch of inside. He does, but he rattles and misses the 7 ball. So perhaps it was that use of inside to try to hold for the 8 ball that caused him to miss, but either way, a miss that is going to cost him most likely. 7 balls over the pocket, and Vinnie Sox, even though he has to use the bridge, has quite an easy out here. Robert Schreck has some colorful words to say about Dan Charlo. He calls him Chump Dan Charlo. All right, I don't know what the history is between you two, but I'm pretty sure that Dan Charlo is not going to make it easy for Vinnie. Vinnie did shoot pretty well last time. Let's see how he shoots today. Vinnie played against T-Tam last, I believe. And he beat T-Tam by quite a margin. I think it was 15-8 or something like that. So Vinnie should be out here. Is he going to take the first frame? Wow. Vinnie misses the 8 ball, a hanger of an 8 ball, and leaves it right over the pocket for Dan. What a miss by Vinnie Sox. Dan is definitely not going to give Vinnie another chance in this frame. And it looks like Vinnie Sox has gifted this match with a 3 ball out, which should have been his, back to Dan Charlo by missing the 8 ball and leaving it over the pocket. So it's Dan Charlo drawing first blood here, after Vinnie graciously gifts the frame to him with an easy 2 ball out. So quite a rocky start here. Misses by both players. Dan with an uncharacteristic miss on the 7 ball, leaving it over the pocket. Dan left Vinnie with a fairly easy 3 ball out, but Vinnie stumbled on the 8 ball, leaving it over the top right corner pocket, giving Dan an easier 2 ball out. So Dan Charlo with a 1-0 lead, starting us off here. Robert Schreck in the chat, throwing a little bit more shade Dan's way. He says Dan's glove looks illegal. It looks fine to me. What seems legal about it to you, Robert? We have a new entrant in the chat, Kratos, aka Zach Robbins. Kratos asked if I'm going to be there tomorrow. And I'm not sure what's happening tomorrow, Kratos. I'll likely be here on Friday. I'm not sure about tomorrow. But if there's a good reason to, I might. Oh, so Kratos is going to be playing the champ. And by champ, do you mean Dan SHARLOW? Well, in that case, I certainly might swing by. What time are you guys playing? That will be a fun one to watch. Dan with a pretty wide open layout here. 7 balls on the table. One will have to cut into the bottom left corner pocket. And he pots that no problem. Gets a friendly kiss off the 8 ball, leaving himself about a 45-degree angle on the 2 ball. The only thing Dan has to be careful here with position is to be careful about how he goes into the 8 if he does go into the 8 ball to hold for the 3. If he's going into the 8, he'll want to go in relatively full. Let's look at the overhead.
Do you use your own chalk? Or do you use that?
So a fairly sharp cut here for Dan SHARLOW. Not the best position, but let's see what he's able to do. Not a problem. Dan uses a little bit of outside there and gets on the short side of the 3. So Dan has played kind of an interesting positional shot there. He should be able to pot the 3 in the top right corner pocket with a soft screw or a draw to hold for the 4 ball in the bottom right corner pocket. Touchy shot. He doesn't want to overscrew or underscrew this. He wants to get screw so he doesn't have a terrible angle on the 4. So he needs to hit this with a bit of bottom. Which he does really well. Just about perfect given the circumstances here. And Kratos, aka Zach Robbins in the chat, says he's going to be playing Dan SHARLOW tomorrow at 6 p.m. Alright Kratos, let me see if I can be here. I will certainly come in as soon as I get done with work. So for everyone tuning in, tomorrow it's going to be a good match. Dan SHARLOW versus Zach Robbins. And Zach Robbins is a player from Corning, about an hour and a half away. So he'll be making the trip here to play against the Rochester champ, the freshly crowned Rochester champ, Dan SHARLOW. So can Dan run this out? He's got a bit of a back cut or back shot for the 6 ball in the bottom right corner pocket. He'll have to hold. He's looking at shooting the 8 ball in the top right corner pocket. So he might just be trying to stun out to the left side of the 8 ball here. He may not want to generate enough pace to stun out back for the 8 ball in the top left, but he judges that speed pretty well. So this is not the easiest shot, but Dan does leave himself a bit of a cut for the 8 ball in the top right corner pocket. You should be able to go all the way to the top rail and come back down for the 9 ball in the bottom left corner pocket. Or the left, or the bottom right corner pocket, depending on which approach he wants. So Dan plays that with a little bit of check side, and he's just about perfect on the 9 ball for the bottom right corner pocket. So 1 shot from Dan is all he needs to put a 2-game lead on the board. And this is a shorter race to 9, so it's quite a strong start. Dan SHARLOW, wow, with a break and run in the 2nd frame here. Really good shooting by Dan SHARLOW. So I believe that was a break and run. If I'm wrong, please correct me in the chat. But what a strong start by Dan SHARLOW. Well done. Vinnie Sox doesn't really look worried. It's pretty early in this match. I I believe in the last match Vinnie played against T, he ended with a break and run. Dan here with a break and run early in this match. So let's see how Dan's breaking. We have Joseph Lesh in the chat says, Vinnie Sox isn't phased. Joseph Lesh, are you by any chance related to Vinnie Sox? Pretty good break by Dan Charlo there. Very well done. He has a clear shot on the 1 ball. The 2 ball is right over the right side pocket. The 3 ball is in a slightly awkward spot, but as long as Dan can get somewhat of an angle on the 2 ball, he should be able to stun out for the 3 ball in either bottom corner pocket. And Joseph Lesh says he's no relation to Vinnie Sox, he's just a big fan of his game. Are you a Buffalo resident, Joseph? And Nick K says T was not himself when he played Vinnie. Fair enough, T didn't play his best. I've seen T play much better, so maybe it was just a bad day for T. It happens to all of us. So definitely look forward to a rematch or something of that sort between Vinnie Sox and T. I'm sure it'll happen. Good position there playing for the 3 ball. Let's see how Dan chooses to get on this 5. He can screw out and stun off the bottom short rail to play the 5 in the same pocket. Or he can play this with follow, stun in, roll forward, and play the 5 ball in the bottom right corner pocket. So it looks like he's going to follow here and play the 5 ball in the opposite pocket. And he ends up very close to the rail, which is not ideal. He wanted a little separation off the rail. So now it's a little touchy. He can still pot the 5 no problem, but his shot on the 7 is not going to be very good. He's going to also get the cue ball somewhat close to the rail and have to shoot it fairly straight. Let's see what Dan's going to be able to do here to recover from this somewhat poor positional shot. Needs to play this with a really good speed control in order to have a good chance to get from the 7 to the 8 easily. Just playing this pocket speed is probably ideal. And Dan Charlo leaves himself a bit of an angle for the 7 ball in the top right corner pocket. If he follows, will he be able to avoid the 8 ball? I think so. This is a tricky shot. There's a fair amount of distance here. It is missable. So a good shot required. The play would be to play this with a little bit of follow, so Dan can play the 8 ball in the bottom right corner pocket afterwards. Alternatively, Dan could also just stun, but that would make the pot much harder. He tries to stun into the 8. So let's see what Dan's able to do. Can he avoid going into the 8 ball? And get good position up for the 8 ball in the bottom right corner pocket here. Very good shot by Dan Charlo. Plays the speed just right.
Hey, boss lady. How you doing? All right.
And Dan Charlo should be out. Wow. Dan doesn't play a very good positional shot here from the 8 to the 9. So this is tricky now. Dan should be able to cut it, but it's not ideal position. So poor positional shot by Dan. Should be able to recover with a good pot. It looks like he might be trying to cut this into the right side pocket. Missable shot for sure, so Dan will likely take his time, focus entirely on the pot. short. And Dan Charlo, has he left Vinnie a cut? He misses a 9, and Vinnie should have a cut for the 9 ball in the right side pocket. So Dan with a poor positional shot is unable to break and run there. If he had played slightly better position, that would have been 2 break and runs in a row. But Dan Charlo gives Vinnie a chance. Where's that cue ball going? Whew, wow. Vinnie Lesh narrowly avoids scratching the cue ball in the left side pocket after potting the 9. He's really playing with fire there, but it works out for Vinnie Lesh. The score is now 1-2. Vinnie trailing by 1 game here. He was somewhat fortunate to not get that scratch. Well done to Vinnie. So we are about to start frame number 4 in this race to 9. Vinnie Sox versus the champ Dan Charlo, sometimes known as champ Swifty Charlo, being a big Taylor Swift fan, according to his comments earlier. Joseph Lesh in the chat says that was so close to scratching. I agree, it was practically a scratch. He missed that scratch by the narrowest of margins. Vinnie Lesh breaks dry, leaving Dan quite an open layout. Getting from the 1 to the 2 will require a little bit of follow here to go into the right long rail and back down for the 2. And being close to the rail, it's a little tricky. Dan Charlo choosing to go 2 or 3 rails there to get on the 2. Plays it really well. Good pace there. But he seems a little straight on that 2 ball. He should be able to stun with a little bit of draw into the left long rail and come back out. So he needs a good stun here to punch out. Is he going with the... Yeah, let's see how he's going to be able to get on the 3 here. Good shot required here, if he's going for the pot. Dan Charlo just does a soft screw, accepting a slightly worse angle here on the 3 ball. Now this is also a little tricky because that 8 ball is a little close to the escape path here. So the cue ball will likely track towards the 8 ball. So Dan should be able to cut at this. Can he avoid and go around the 8 ball? I think he can. He needs to play the pace just right to play the 4 ball in the left side pocket. But going into the 8 ball can prove disastrous. We have Kevin Zuniga in the chat who says, "What's up, my Indian friend Jack Paul?" Kevin, you got my name wrong. It's Jake Paul. How's it going, Kevin? Good to see you. Are you coming in anytime? Dan sort of plays that with more pace than he perhaps wanted to, or not enough, depending on how you look at it. And Dan Charlo has left himself quite a long, difficult pot on the 4 ball. So if Dan wants to keep this run going, he'll have to produce a pretty high-quality shot here. So in the poll, we have 15 votes. We have 60% in favor of Dan Charlo, and 40% in favor of Buffalo's Vinnie Sox. Dan with a really good safety there. He uses the 6 ball as cover and nearly freezes the 4 ball to the rail. So Vinnie is going to have to kick at this. And a lot of the kicking angles are obstructed by the 7 ball, 5 ball, and the 9 ball. So the 1 rail kick along the left long rail seems to be the option here. Should be able to avoid that 7. Might even be able to kick to pot this in the bottom right corner pocket. And what's he going to leave for Dan Charlo? Vinnie gets quite a good roll there. Good contact. And the 5 ball comes to Vinnie's rescue. Dan should have a very easy kick here to make contact. But can he leave it safe? So Dan SHARLOW able to create some separation and kicks really well. Dan also gets a snooker, it looks like, with the 6-ball. I don't think Vinnie can see the 4-ball directly. So Vinnie will most likely have to kick at it along the bottom short rail, sending the 4-ball up table. Kratos in the chat asks, no Asian Shah tonight. So today, Wednesday, is the day that Asian Shah goes to get beaten up by other men. So he really gets excited about it. He's doing his MMA training tonight. But Michael Lin, aka Asian Shah, should be here in roughly 30 to 40 minutes. He will be joining on the commentary then. But let's see how this match goes. Players are shooting fairly fast. Dan had a break and run and almost ran out the 3rd frame, but missed on the 9-ball. So Dan misses the 4-ball there. Leaves a fairly tricky thin cut for the 4-ball into the side pocket for Vinnie. I don't know if Vinnie will want to take this on. It's quite easy to scratch in the bottom left corner pocket, given where the cue ball is. It's quite close to that rail, almost frozen to it. Vinnie should be able to avoid the scratch. I think he should be able to pop the 4-ball and make contact with the left long rail. But that 7-ball also impedes the path back down to the 5. So let's see if Vinnie tries to take this pot on or just try to play safe of some sort. Vinnie elects to just play a safety, and a fairly good one. Doesn't quite get the 4-ball all the way to the top rail, leaving Dan a thin and long cut on the 4-ball. But that's not too bad. Kratos says, Asian Shah, aka the Karate Kid, the MMA kid. That's right. When he comes in, I'm sure he'll tell you all about it. How he gets excited. Sparring with sweaty men. That's his thing. We don't judge here. Rick Hovey in the chat says, yo, what's up, Rick? What are you doing in the chat? Why aren't you here? And Dan SHARLOW scratches, missing that 4-ball again. This time, Vinnie has a 6-ball out with the ball in hand and a very wide open layout. Can Vinnie Sox run this out and equalize the score 2-2? Vinnie rolls that way more than he would like to, and now has an awkward back shot for the 5-ball into the top right corner pocket. Not ideal position, but he should be able to pot this. He's playing this with a little screw to stun out to the left long rail. And he plays that pretty well. Might have to play a similar shot here to stun out into the left long rail again and back out to play the 7 towards the bottom left corner pocket. I don't think he has an angle to follow, so he'll have to stun here, screw out. And he does that very well. Good shot by Vinnie Lesh. Quite natural shape here. Just has to play this a little bit with top, maybe a touch of top right, to play the 8-ball in the top right corner pocket. And he's just about perfect. Vinnie Sox should be out here. Just needs to screw back a little bit if he wants to play the 9-ball in the right side pocket. Alternatively, he can stun to play the 9-ball into the bottom right corner pocket. So choices for Vinnie. And Vinnie screws back to play the 9-ball in the right side pocket. Gets somewhat awkward, but he should be okay. And Vinnie pots a 9. Good out by Vinnie Lesh, aka Vinnie Socks. The score is now 2-2, and we have a match on our hands. Dan scratched on that 4-ball, giving Vinnie Socks a 6-ball out with ball in hand and a wide open layout. Vinnie ran out of position a little bit, but was able to recover and run that out comfortably.
It makes it more challenging. It's a harder game.
So Vinnie with some good shooting and getting out of poor positional play. Vinnie broke dry in the previous frame. Can he adjust this break and get a better outcome this time? We have a comment from Charles Muley. I probably pronounced that wrong. Charles says, Vinnie Socks is lethal. All right, we have quite a lot of supporters of Vinnie Socks here. Now, Charles, were you talking about Vinnie Socks or Vinnie himself? Which one is lethal? Are Vinnie Socks lethal, or is it Vinnie Socks that's lethal? Joseph Lesh, who is not related to Vinnie Lesh, says, that was a big scratch. First shot by Socks wasn't perfect, but he recovered nicely. I agree. That first shot, he did run out of position, but Vinnie, with a really good stun, was able to recover from that. Good shooting by Vinnie. This time, Vinnie does not break dry. He pots the 2-ball and the 4-ball. He has a shot on the 1-ball. Unfortunately, that 8-ball will make getting position on the 3-ball a little trickier. So can he avoid the 8-ball? Can he screw out? Or is he going to go into that 8-ball and get in trouble? Not sure if he has enough angle to screw out and go 2 rails around. So not an obvious shot here. Looks like he's going to try to avoid that 8-ball. Can he do it and get well on the 3-ball? Vinnie avoids the 8-ball but misses the 1-ball. That was quite a tricky shot that he tried to take on there. And he misses as a result. This time the 8-ball shouldn't be too much trouble for Dan Sharlow. The path to the 3-ball is also somewhat tricky. He's going to have to take a cut on the 3-ball to the bottom left corner pocket. So he wants to have the cue ball end up maybe a little higher than where it is currently. Even where it is currently is probably not a bad place, but Dan will have to play a pretty touchy shot because it's quite a narrow zone for the 3-ball into the bottom left corner pocket because of where the 6-ball is. So Dan plays, wow, Dan snookers himself on the 3-ball with the 6. So positional error by Dan there. I thought he would play for either the left side of the 3 or the right side of the 3, but he kind of gets right in the middle, and that's not a good outcome for him. So Dan Sharlow, with a positional error there, brings out his jump cue. And let's see what he can do here with the jump. Dan's fairly good at jumping. And he jumps and he makes contact. Is he going to pot it? He doesn't pot it, but he gets the next best thing. He gets a great roll, and the 6-ball, which hooked him earlier, now comes to his rescue. Vinnie Lesh will need to kick at the 3-ball. Not a hard kick to make contact, but can he leave it safe? Only 5 balls on the table, so Vinnie Lesh, or actually 6 on the table. Vinnie does not want to give away the initiative here. So Vinnie Lesh kicking at the 3-ball. It is possible to pot the 3-ball in the top right corner pocket. And Vinnie isn't quite able to kick into a safety, leaving Dan Sharlow a cut into the top left corner pocket with fairly natural position on the 5-ball. And Dan misses the 3-ball. leaving it right over the pocket for Vinnie. He also overrolls, so even if he had made it, his position on the 5 would not have been so good. But he certainly didn't want to miss that shot. And Charles Morley, again, sorry if I mispronounce that, Charles, says oof. And we can say that one more time here. Oof again, double oof. Vinnie tries to kick at the 3 ball. Vinnie tries to kick at the 3 ball, rail first, and completely misses contact on it, giving Dan SHARLOW ball in hand. And Kratos says tight pockets. So yeah, tight, but a deep shelf. So I think the deep shelf makes those kind of rail first kicks a little tougher because of how deep the ball gets buried in there without potting. And Joseph Lesh says double oof for sure. Absolutely. But now, Dan SHARLOW, after that double oof, one by himself, one by Vinnie, can he run this out? Then we'll have to avoid the 8 ball here. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Or maybe it is. Dan, unable to avoid the 8 ball there, goes into it and is faced with another positional error. Can he see the 7? I don't think so. So quite a mistake by Dan with the position there. Unable to get the right contact point to avoid the 8, but he kicks at it and leaves a long cut on the 7 ball, with 3 balls remaining on the table for Vinnie Sox. Kratos, aka Zach Robbins in the chat, says he likes the table, looking forward to it. And Kratos is going to be playing Dan tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Kratos, I don't know if you're aware. Oh, wow, triple oof there. Vinnie, well, he misses, leaves the 7 ball over the pocket, but fortunately, snookers Dan behind the 9 ball. Dan should have a fairly easy kick here to pot the 7. So he should be able to kick along the right long rail to pot the 7, and I expect him to make this. As long as he kicks correctly, he should be able to have natural position on the 8 ball. Charles says, Oof City, population Sox. Well, you know what? I think Dan is also part of this Oof City, because both of these players have been having oof moments. So, Kratos, what I was saying is these tables... Oh, there's another oof. What is going on in this match, guys? Wow. A lot of oofs by both players. Population 2, Oof City. Vinnie Lesh, or Vinnie Sox, and Dan SHARLOW. Swifty SHARLOW and Vinnie Sox. The 2 residents of Oof City. Who's going to have the last laugh here? It's the last oof that hurts the most. They've got the oofs, according to Charles. Joseph Ortolani says Vinnie's cue stick is legally considered a weapon in 14 states. Where'd you get that from? And which 14 states are these? Perfect positional shot by Vinnie there. Very, very good judgment of the pace there on the cue ball. Vinnie should be able to take the lead here for the first time. And that he does. The score, 3-2. Vinnie Sox with a 1-game lead for the first time in this match. And Joseph Lesh agrees. He says, it's the last oof that hurts the most. Haha, absolutely. And here, the last oof was by Champ Swifty SHARLOW, aka Dan SHARLOW. We have a new entrant in the chat. Mary O'Rourke says, the good people of Buffalo, New York, city of good neighbors, are counting on Vin to take home this W. Well, Mary, Vin was just telling me the story behind his socks today. So he's wearing blue and green socks. The blue represents the flag of Buffalo, and the green represents all the money he's been taking from Rochester players recently. So, Vinnie shares her spirit. Let's see what happens today. Vinnie's certainly feeling confident Dan is going to be a tough opponent, though. Let's see if both players get into strokes and are able to get a one-way ticket out of Oof City, population 2, and play some good pool. So Dan SHARLOW with ball in hand after a scratch there by Vinnie. Quite an awkward layout here. Wonder if Dan is eyeing that 2-8-7 combo next. 2 in a fairly awkward spot. So let's see if Dan will take on a challenging combo for the next shot, or if he's going to try to get around on the other side of the 2 to play to the top of the pocket. Dan plays a pretty creative shot there, choosing to go into the 2 and break it out, and it's ended up just about perfect for him. But is he going to be able to get on the other side for the 3 ball in the same pocket? Should be able to screw out stun here to get around, and plays that very well. Really good shot by Dan SHARLOW. Does a good job screwing out to play the 3 ball in the same pocket. But he's not out of the woods yet. So Dan can certainly make the 3 ball. Getting on the 4 is awkward. Is there even a shot for the 4 besides banking to the left side pocket? Or is Dan going to play that bank shot? So it looks like Dan is playing for the bank shot, but he's not got the best angle for it. He can bank it, but now the possibility of a double kiss with the cue ball, the 4 going into the cue ball on the way to the left side pocket, becomes a possibility. I think he should be able to avoid it just by modifying the tangent line with a little bit of draw, but let's see. And he isn't able to avoid. He misses the 4 ball, but it hasn't rolled safe. I don't think so. Vinnie has a thin cut combination to pot the 7 here. So he'll have to cut the 4 fairly thin to pocket the 7. And the cue ball, with such a thin cut, is going to be hard to control. There's a phone going off here. Excuse me for a minute. So, Vinnie unable to pot that, but Dan has a somewhat awkward shot here. I don't know if he has quite an angle to make the combination anymore. Can he make the 4 ball past? Well, that was quite a creative shot choice there by Dan, and where's the cue ball ending up? I don't think he's safe. Yep, it looks like Dan's left a cut on the 4 ball. Not sure if it passes the 7. Let's see if he can pot the 4 past the 7. Looks like he can. Nina Lesh. Nina, are you related to Vinnie by any chance? Says Vinnie Lesh is on fire. We have a lot of Leshes in the chat today. Joseph Lesh and Nina Lesh. Nina Lesh, are you related to either Joseph or Vinnie? Good shot by Vinnie Sox there. And Charles asks, whose phone is that? And Charles, I think that's just the Billiard Breakdown local, the business phone. And it's a cordless phone that's here in the commentary booth. Usually Mike answers it, but he's not here. And Vinnie barely makes a 5 ball. And Nina responds, she is no relation to either. Interesting, a lot of unrelated Leshes in the chat today. And one's playing on stream. Lesh must be a popular name in Buffalo. So apparently Nina had disowned Vinnie temporarily there. Nina says, just kidding, that's my big bro. Awesome. So we have, I assume you are Vinnie's little sister, if I'm wrong, correct me. We have Vinnie's little sister in the chat who says he's on fire, and it looks like he is. Vinnie with a 2-ball out to bring the score to 4-2. Has to play the pace of this well. Just topspin here, but he's going 3 rails. Bumps into the 9, gets a really good bump, and Vinnie should have a fairly easy pot for the 9-ball in the right side pocket. And he pots it with ease. Score is now 4-2. Vinnie Lesh with a 2-game lead here. Putting some pressure on Dan. It's a short race to 9. So quite a good early lead for Vinnie here. Kratos, aka Zach Robbins, asks, does Vinnie play at Bison? I've never seen him there. I'm not sure, Kratos, but I believe he does. We have a Vinnie Lesh / Vinnie Sox super fan in the chat. Joseph Orlani says, Vinnie doesn't even line up his shots. The balls line up out of respect. All right. Sounds like we have a true Vinnie fanboy here. I'm sure Vinnie will enjoy reading these later. But Vinnie shooting very well. Dan, not shooting his best. Dan with some positional errors and a couple more misses than I've usually seen from him. So Dan hasn't quite gotten into this game yet. And I expect him to, gear up soon, and he'll have to do it sooner than later. In the last frame, Dan had the last oof, and that's the one that hurts the most. So Dan really needs to start punishing Vinnie for mistakes. And start clearing from opportunities. Like this one. Dan will have to go 2 rails or 3 rails around the top left pocket here. And yeah, he ends up pretty well on the 4-ball. So Joseph Lesh says, same with me, that's my bro. Mom says he was born with a Q in his hand. So both Vinnie's brother and sister, pretending to not be related to him initially, come clean. So Joseph and Nina, Vinnie's siblings, brother and sister, are here. And they are quite the fans. So do either of you play pool as well? Charles says Vinnie doesn't play at Bison. He only plays high-stakes games overseas usually. Surprised to see his face on the stream. I don't know all that about Vinnie, but good to know. We'll definitely have to ask him in the post-match interview if these are true statements. But Dan SHARLOW is at the table. Can he clear out here? He has to. He needs to start putting some pressure on Vinnie and start playing at his level. And Dan plays very well. He just beat Ron Casancio about a week ago. So Dan is capable of playing some very high-level pool. Just has to bring it today. Good pot by Dan there, with pretty good position too. Dan just needs to play a soft stun shot or screw shot here. And he should be fine. But Dan has missed a couple of these shots to the corner pocket, so Dan really needs to take his time and not leave it hanging. This time, it's not a problem for Dan SHARLOW. And Dan should be out here. Vinnie concedes a frame. Dan able to put one on the board and bring the deficit, to 3-4, so single game deficit now. Mike just told me in the last stream that I've been mispronouncing the word deficit, and I agree. I am learning something new every day. So quite a good match. Dan SHARLOW playing, looks like he's waking up. Can he maintain his quality of game and start getting some more frames on the board. Dan SHARLOW to break in this 8th frame of this race to 9, 9-ball pool. We're streaming live from Billiard Breakdown in Rochester, New York, for those of you tuning in. We have a poll in the chat. Currently it's 50-50 with 22 votes. Who do you think will win? Is it going to be Rochester's champ, Dan SHARLOW, or the challenger from Buffalo, Vinnie Sox, aka Vinnie Lesh? Swing by Billiard Breakdown for a great pool. There are 7-foot and 9-foot diamond tables. The 9-foot diamond tables are getting freshly refelted with Simonis next week, I believe on June 4th. So coming in a week or so, we'll have brand new cloth. These tables are going to play just like new. Also, there's great drinks, company, and food at Billiard Breakdown. So swing by for some delicious wings, burgers, and a whole bunch more. We have Michael Lin, aka Agent Shaw, rear his head in the chat. He says, Vinny's on a mission. Absolutely, and when are you going to be here, Mike? Have you gotten done getting beaten up by men at your MMA lesson? If so, swing by. Mike will most likely be joining us soon in the commentary, and I'm sure he'll have a lot to say about his experience today. But in that, Vinny tries to kick and pots a cue ball, giving Dan SHARLOW ball in hand with 8 balls on the table. Quite an awkward layout. Getting on the 3 is probably the challenging part of this. But once he does, everything else should be fine. So Dan, maybe with not the best angle to get on the 3 here. Is he going to be forced into playing the 3-4 combination? Ideally, he would play the 3 ball into the bottom right corner pocket. He can still do it, but it's touchy. He stuns between the 5 and the 7. But it's touchy and hard to judge. Is he going to go for the tricky positional play or just play the 3-4 combination next? I think he's playing the combination. 2 in the bottom right corner pocket. And Dan placed that speed and the line just about perfect. So if you were playing the combination, that's exactly where you'd want the cue ball. So very good shot by Dan. But these combinations are tricky. Making the pot is not hard, but leaving the 3 ball and the cue ball in favorable positions is the challenge. Can Dan manage to have a good shot on the 3 after this? And it doesn't look like he does. Let's look at the overhead. Yep, Dan looks like he's in a bit of trouble here. 3 does not pot past the 6 into the bottom right corner pocket, so Dan will be forced to play another combination here, 3 to the 6, which is a little more challenging. And again, with combinations, more than making the pot, it's where you leave the first ball and the cue ball that matters. And Dan plays some kind of safety there, I think. Not sure if he was going for the pot. But now Vinny, even though he doesn't have a shot, should be able to play quite an easy safety here. Sending the 3 ball up table and leaving the cue ball close to the bottom rail. Alternatively, he could try to send the cue ball up table too, but the 6 ball might be in the way. Billiard Breakdown, aka Agent Shaw, aka Michael Lin, aka our MMA fighter, or wannabe MMA fighter, says he's going to be here in 5 minutes. Alright, Mike. Good safety attempt by Vinny, but it's unsuccessful. And he's sold it out. Dan SHARLOW gets another chance here after giving away initiative. So that was kind of an oof, a little oof by Vinny. Can Dan punish him? Or is Dan SHARLOW going to get the last oof here? Really good speed there. Playing for the 5 in the top right corner pocket. Another stun run-through shot here to float the cue ball along the tangent line into the line for the 6 in the bottom right corner pocket is needed here. So Dan will have to hit this center ball slightly below center with a good follow-through to reduce the distance. Or is he trying to screw back? Okay, Dan, instead of stunning, screws back into the left long rail, which is clever. And we are joined by Mr. Asian Shaw, who just barges in with a bottle of Gatorade. Looking all, well, it looks like he has a story to tell, so. Michael Lynn said he's gotten beat up and he's going to freshen up and he will be joining us shortly. Dan SHARLOW with a really good opportunity to equalize the score here. And he placed that pretty perfect. So Dan SHARLOW should be able to run this out, roll forward to play the 9 ball in the bottom left corner pocket. And he's just about perfect. Vinnie Lesh concedes. And the score now is 4-4. So quite a close game here. Dan SHARLOW coming back. In this frame, it was Vinnie Lesh with the last oof after a failure at playing a safety. On the 3 ball. Dan SHARLOW was able to get a clear view of the 3 ball to the left side pocket and ran out from there. Players are playing with the magic rack, so you would expect the breaks to be pretty productive here. Dan SHARLOW, can he get a good break? Dan SHARLOW had a break and run in the 2nd frame and almost had a break and run in the 3rd frame, but he choked on the 9. This time he pots the 8 and the 6 ball. Doesn't have the best shot on the 1 ball. A bank seems to be available, but the bank shot, he'll have to play with a little bit of inside in order to get on the 2 ball, so not the easiest shot here. If he does play the bank, he'll play it with a little bit of top left, which will change the angle of the bank. But nope, he just decides to play safety, and he plays a really good one. Great shot by Dan SHARLOW there. He snookers Vinnie Sox with the 4 ball, almost freezing the cue ball to it. Vinnie Sox with, man, without much of an option here. There is no 1 rail kick available with where the 2 ball is. 2 rail kick maybe, but perhaps he could do the 1 rail kick and avoid the 2. Let's see. Needs a really good shot by Vinnie here and misses it. Joining us in commentary is Asian Shaw, aka the guy who likes to tussle with men.
What an introduction. Thank you very much, Paul.
You're welcome, Mike. How was it today?
A lot of fun.
Tell us about it.
I need to process the thoughts first. We'll talk about it later.
I'll give you some time to catch your breath.
Yeah, thanks.
Rick Hovey in the chat asks, why does Dan have a piece of tape on his stick? Good catch. Does he have a piece of tape on his stick?
Where is it?
I don't know.
I don't see it.
I don't see it either. Let me... Does he have a... What are you talking about, Rick?
Rick's trolling. He's always trolling.
Maybe he does. Yeah, I think it's right where his where his grip is, you know?
Oh, really?
Yeah, where he holds. I think it's maybe some kind of indicator for him to know where to hold a cue, is it?
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah, looks
Might
like
be
his
some,
thumb is right over there each time, so...
Might be some Charlie Williams stuff.
It was Charlie Williams.
That's the guy who Dan SHARLOW went for a private lesson
Oh,
down in New York City.
right. The lesson guy, yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. Maybe it's a training tool for Dan.
Yep.
We'll have to ask him later. Joseph Lesh, who is Vinnie Sock's brother, and Joseph and Nina are here. Both are his brother and his sister, I imagine. Joseph says, I'm terrible at pool myself, but enjoy watching this close match and great interactive commentary. Well, thank you for tuning in, Joseph. Glad you enjoy this.
Thanks, Joe. And what else did you say, Nina?
Nina Lesh's
Nina?
little sister.
Very cool.
Unless, I don't know, Nina is a woman's name usually, right?
Yeah, you never know these days.
Okay. Well, correct us if we're wrong. So Vinny had a 4-2 advantage. And
wow.
And now Dan came back. A lot of oofs from Dan early on. Dan started well with a break and run in the second frame.
Nice.
But yeah, he had a couple of big oofs after, but now he seems to be recovering and playing better. But look at this. He's kind of in a pickle here, right? He has a thin cut.
Just play safe behind the 9-7.
Yeah.
Or go for the shot.
I think he's going for the shot. He went for the shot.
I'm actually surprised he went for it. It's a really tough shot to hold.
Right.
You got to be like real perfect for it. But
He held, but he missed a shot.
yeah, I mean that was perfect speed, just wrong angle.
But now look what's happened. He's left Vinny Sox quite the easy out here. But Vinny has interesting position, cutting across the line. Is he going to get lucky?
Nope.
He does. Well, he can pot the 7.
Yeah.
But tricky to play position on the 9 here.
Probably has to make contact with the short rail.
Yeah. Can he just do sort of a pinch screw here and just play whatever he gets on the 9? He's going to just play safety here. He's
Yeah,
going
play
to
safe
lock
behind
up
the
against the 9. But
I am surprised Dan didn't play safe on the 5 ball.
yeah,
There.
yeah. Very aggressive shot by Dan, but he wasn't even close to the pot. So Dan now having to kick out of a pretty good safety by Vinny. Dan looking at the 2-rail kick, most likely aiming to pot the 7, but
Well, the 2-rail kick, you're more likely to shoot the 7 up the table.
right.
Leave the cue ball down here. Maybe that's what he's going for.
Cue ball can also track. Well, he misses.
Kind of looked like he went for the pot, like you said.
Yeah. And that's ball in hand, and Vinny Sox should be out here with the 2-ball out and ball in hand. Unless there's another big oof. But Joseph Lesh already says oof. Sounds like something someone's brother would say.
Oof.
Oof. It's not a big oof. He's fine. And Vinnie Lesh manages to clear after a good safety. 2-ball out, ball in hand, and the score is now 5-4. Vinnie Lesh leading by single frame. Race to 9, so we are getting close to the end.
So has Vinny been playing pretty well throughout?
Yeah,
Pretty
Vinny has
consistent?
been playing very consistently. His potting has been good. His position hasn't been perfect, but he's been recovering from poor position play.
He's been shot making.
Yeah, he's been shot making. So good recoveries by Vinnie Lesh. But a couple of oofs too. But Dan didn't punish him too much early on. And then of course Dan made the oof in this frame. We were saying it's the last oof that hurts the most. Vinny's break hasn't been quite as strong as Dan's.
Okay. I know Dan does study breaking quite a bit.
Yeah. Quite a good layout here. Ooh, what kind of position is this, Dan?
Can't even tell if he was going for a 2-9
Right.
or what. Maybe he was.
Yeah, I don't think it's on anymore. So he needs a safety here. Is he going for the 3-ball? Carry him into the 3, maybe.
I mean, I think 2. Okay.
That's what he does.
Maybe
Good.
that was the plan the entire time.
I don't think so. I think that was a positional error by Dan, and he just took the pot he could get. But now he'll most likely have to play a safety.
He could play it 2-way. Go for the 9 in.
He could go for the 9 carom.
Shoot
Yeah.
the 2 out.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad shot. And that's what he plays. And he plays it perfectly. What a shot. Beautiful shot by Dan SHARLOW. The score is now 5-5. What a shot. We are trying to get the replay for that.
User error.
Is it? Did I press the wrong button?
I don't know.
Then why is it user error? I have the replay buffer running. I started the software, so maybe it's not user error, but we're having trouble with the replay software.
Yeah, let's just close it and reopen it.
All right. All right, sorry guys, we don't have the replay for this particular one, but oof.
This one we can replay.
We can
maybe.
replay that, right? Okay, testing the replay software now.
All right, let's take a look at Dan's cue ball.
Oof.
Dan's going to be a little upset that we could replay that one and not his,
Not his previous 9-ball Karen, right? We have Sean Kelly joining us in the chat saying, definitely user error. Okay, fine, Sean, thank you. I think I pressed the wrong button. All right.
Can't blame Viet.
I'm not going to blame you. I didn't blame you. So Dan Charlo with a beautiful break there. Cue ball goes airborne. And sometimes the cue ball just wants to fly.
What about Airborne Charlo?
Airborne Charlo. I've been calling him Champ Swifty Charlo.
Champ Swifty Charlo.
I mean, Dan said he's a big Taylor Swift fan. He knows all her songs, so Swifty Charlo it is. And Sean Kelly says, definitely user error on Dan too. That's right, user error. That is not how you're supposed to break. But Vinnie Lesh, can he do some damage here? So Charles, how do you pronounce that last name? Mike, how would you pronounce it? Muley?
Yeah, I mean, the E, you got to say A at the end, but I would just call him Mule.
Charles Mule.
What else are you going to say?
Oof by Vinny, and he sells out the 3-ball. But Charles says, Vinny's starting to look stiff. Not sure why he's abandoned his plyometric stretching routine. You know anything about all these plyometrics, Mike?
Yeah, it's got something to do with the socks.
The socks, right.
Because, like, no one that does plyometrics.
Yeah.
I mean,
right. Do they all wear these kind of socks?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nina Lesh says Muley. Muley. Okay. Charles Muley. Muley, like Muley. Okay. Thank you, Nina.
I'm going to stick with Mule.
Mike is going to stick with Mule. That was a really good positional shot by Dan, going around to get on the floor.
Yeah, great speed. Leaves a really nice angle there.
Plays with a little bit of left to get on the right side for the 6-ball, and Dan should be out
Should be able
here.
to get out.
Yeah. Nina says accent more on the lay. Muley. And Zach Robbins, a.k.a. Kratos, says Lieutenant Dan.
Kratos is playing tomorrow.
Yes, he just told me. He asked me if I'm going to come tomorrow.
Are you?
I'll try to.
This one I can do on my own.
Right.
I don't have any.
Don't have any MMA stuff?
Nope.
Well, I'll at least tune in.
Cool. Or you can just come shoot. Whatever.
Maybe, yeah. Joseph Lesh laughs.
What's so funny, Joe? Or should I call you Joseph?
Joseph. Oh, almost off there. Nina Lesh, Vinny's little sister, says she made a YouTube account today just to join this chat.
Awesome.
And Rick Hovey says, I'll be there tomorrow, Paul. Sweet. Well, I might come and show up to get my ass kicked by Rick Hovey. And Joseph Lesh is laughing. He says what's funny is the whole mule versus muley dilemma.
It's mule.
Mule.
It's also less syllables, easier on the mouth.
Mule. Muley.
That's too much work.
That is a lot of work. You're going to wear us out here. So Rick's going to be here tomorrow. Haven't seen Rick in a while. And Dan Charlo on the 9 ball. And he pots it, no problem. The score, 6-5. Dan Charlo in the lead again.
All right, Dan.
Champ.
I was waiting for you to show us why you're the champ.
The champ, Swifty Charlo.
Now I'm going to eat my wings.
Sean Kelly says it's pronounced Joseph. Joseph. Jose F? Joseph. Joseph Lesh. And Rick Hovey says, I was there yesterday. And I was not. I was recovering from the after effects of Memorial Day barbecue. Mike wants to relay a message to you, Rick. He says he wants to see Manh. So why are you telling Rick that? Oh, they're on a team. Okay. Oh, they are on a team. So Rick and Manh and Jason Rare, they're on a team for the Billiard Breakdown three-person league that starts next Tuesday. Yeah. So Michael Lynn needs to see Manh. Well, Rick, maybe I'll swing by a little later tomorrow, maybe after 7, and we can get some games in. I'm going to be challenging John Walsh after the tables get refelted, so I could do some practice. Maybe we can play some 8-ball. Somewhat of a decent safety attempt by Dan, but he doesn't get a snooker. And Rick Hovey says he hasn't seen Manh in months. He'd be surprised if he shows up for their first league night. Well, make sure he shows up. I'm sure Manh has been hiding at Eastridge. Vinnie Sox attempts to play a safety right back and gets a very good line using the 6 and the 9 as blockers. The single rail kick is also blocked by that 2-ball, so can Dan even... What is Dan doing here? Can he even see the one? Oh, he can. Good shot by Dan. Great shot. Very well shot by Dan Charlo. Gets out of that safety. Does he leave Vinnie Sox with a shot? Yes, he does. 2 is somewhat out of commission, though. But Vinnie Lesh, Vinnie Sox, plays another safety right back. Should be fairly easy to escape out of this one. Joseph Lesh says, can you guys explain what that little black triangle thing is on the table that starts and gets removed later? Joseph, that's called a template rack. It's a thin piece of plastic that the balls rest on so that they are tight and all stuck together for a good break. So it's like a triangle, but it stays on. And as soon as the break is done, the players will try to remove that template rack. It's also known as a magic rack, but the term for it is a template rack. It's a thin sheet of plastic with holes on it for the balls to rest on. Vinnie Lesh with a shot on the 1-ball, but most likely to play another safety here. Is he going to send the cue ball down table or the 1-ball down table? Might be easier to send the cue ball down table here using the 9-6 or the 2-3, 2-5 as blockers. Has to avoid the 8-ball. And cue ball leaks out between the 2 clusters. So Dan has a clear shot on the 1, but again, that 2-ball is not very playable where it's at right now.
You don't think he was going for the 1?
I don't think so. It seems unnecessarily aggressive. And Dan Charlo rockets it in, almost gets a breakout. Not quite, but the 2 might be clear for the bottom. No, I don't think it is. Do you think it is? Possibly could be, but Dan is also on the rail, which is not ideal for a safety. he had a little separation off the rail, he could have played a stop shot, freezing the cue ball behind the 5. But that might not be easy to do with the proximity to the rail. Wow, Vinny has a lot of fans, Mike. A lot of people, a lot of super fans of Vinnie Lesh here. Nina says, learn the game, Joey. Okay, Joey is her brother, Joseph, or Joseph. GGACH1, Gagak1, says, shout out to Vinny from his Colombian fans. Vamos. His Colombian fans, too. Vinny is a international phenom. Vinny in his brightly colored socks. Mike, do you know the story of Vinny's socks today? Blue and green. Blue stands for the color of Buffalo's flag, and green stands for all the money he's been taking from Rochester recently. Yeah, so Vinny is certainly confident. And you see the blue tape on Dan's cue? That's what Rick was asking about. I think it's just a guide for him to position his hand, shooting hand. Maybe trying to get consistent with his placement. When are we getting Robert versus Ron Casancio? Did Robert get back to you about that? Okay. And Vinny has all these fans from Colombia. Wow. This guy is interesting. Is Batavia the modern Colombia? The local Colombia? And Charles Muley says, told you played overseas. And okay. Gagakwan says it's also pronounced Yosef or Yosef. Rick Hovey says Robert versus Ron. That's PPV. PPV standing for pay-per-view. And it's on Asian Shaw's calendar, so it will happen soon. Soon, I think. Probably after the refelt, right? Sweet. So Dan Sharlow, once again at the table, with a good chance. And Dan Sharlow is also wearing green, perhaps for the money he's going to take from Vinny. Recovering the green for Rochester, maybe. We'll see. He's got a 1-game advantage, but needs to clear this out. Yep. Dan will have to go 3 rails to get on the 8-ball. Around the world here. A touch of right, top right, but he seems to be screwing. So he might be stunning into the top short rail and back down. Yep, he just chooses to go single rail. Great shot by Dan. Stuns with a little bit of right. Yosef Lesh says, you guys are really great commentators, seriously. Great banter and back and forth. Wonder how skilled you are on the felt, though. Well, Joseph, you'll be able to find out. I'm going to be playing John Walsh next Friday.
We're skilled enough to know what a magic rack is.
That's a good one. That's a good one there. Oof. That's a big oof, but not with too much punishment there.
Big trouble.
And Joseph says Jose F versus Paul is the next PPV. All right, I'll take it. I mean, yeah, I mean, since you needed to know what a magic rack is, I'd fancy my chance. But yeah, sure, come by anytime. Jose F. Good shot by Vinny there. Good safety. You don't think so? Let's look at the overhead. He did get it. So Agent Shaw, not really Asianing today, or shawing today. This is Michael Lynn now. And he says, damn. And Dan Sharlow with a jump attempt, trying to jump bank this. And almost pots it. What a shot. Good try by Dan Sharlow. Almost pots the jump bank, but, you know, gets the next best outcome. A relatively safe 8-ball. Pin cut available for Vinnie Sox, but tough one. Not an easy one. Nina Lesh reminds us that Vinnie has 3 more siblings that haven't checked in yet. Wow, this is quite a big family. Will we need to explain magic racks to all of them? That was a really good cut by Vinnie. Wow. Vinnie has no problem making that thin cut on the 8-ball, and he should be out. Just needs to pot the 9 in the left side. Great shot by Vinnie. And Vinnie pots it. Vinnie is a potting machine today. The score is now 6-6. Thin cuts aren't safe against Vinnie Sox. He's going to earn that green on his right ankle. What was it his left? And Joseph Lesh says, I'll have to have Vinnie Sox train me, Rocky Montage style. All right. And Nina Lesh says, no, just to Joey. Let's go. All right. Vinnie's siblings showing in clutch here, supporting him. His Colombian fans are supporting him. Vinnie with quite the fan base here. And Charles Muley says, we need a Lesh family tree. Nina or Joseph, you care to provide that for us? The Lesh family tree. So the template rack comes off. And Joseph, the reason they remove that is because it can sometimes interfere with how the balls roll over it. So if you can get it out of the way, most players generally do. But if you had to leave it, it wouldn't be the end of the world either. But you could potentially get some different rolls. I personally am not a fan of template racks. I prefer a really nice precision machined aluminum triangle rack like the one I use called a Delta 13 Select Rack, which does a pretty good job if the table is clean and the balls are high quality and clean as well. But template racks offer very consistent breaks because they guarantee that the balls are all frozen together, and a lot of good players can engineer their break to get very repeatable outcomes. And that was a really good safety by Dan Sharlow. And this time it's Vinnie Sox who's going to have to come and kick at the 1-ball. And Vinnie Lesh in kind of a pickle here, not an easy kick. And he tries a 2-rail Z-shot kick, but isn't able to. He pots a 4-ball, removing 1 ball from the table, making it right. So there's no 3-ball, there's no 4-ball. So 2 to the 5 is the shot for Dan, but shouldn't be a problem. So Dan Sharlow with what looks like 7 balls on the table in ball in hand. Can he bring the score up 7-6? This is quite a close game, so Vinnie is shooting very well against Rochester's clean champ. So well done to Vinnie. And he's got his whole family here cheering him on, and his Colombian fans. And Charles Muley. And then some early comments, was it from Robert Schreck? Do you know Robert Schreck, Mike? No? He says, this thing's over already. Vince got it, and he calls Dan Chump Dan Sharlow. He says Dan's love looks in it. So a bit of a shade thrown Dan's way from some of Vinnie's fans. And Nina Lesh says Sharlow hates to see him coming. Well, well, Vinnie's definitely got his family cheering him on. Let's put it that way. Maybe I should get my little sister to watch my matches. Yeah. But the timing doesn't work out. She is in Norway, so. Gagak one says, Vamos, with the Colombian flag 3 times. Vamos, how did you hear of Vinnie Socks in Colombia? Please tell us. Does Vinnie Lesh, aka Vinnie Socks, frequent Colombia? And if so, is it for the coffee or something else? Dan Charlo. Is he going to play safety here, or is he going to play an aggressive cut here to pot the 6-ball and get on the 7? He goes for the cut, but Dan playing very aggressively and missing. So now, I would favor with Vinnie the way he's been shooting, he should be out. Again, not the easiest out. It's a touchy shot to play the contact point on the rail well here, to float the cue ball down along the left side of the table for the 7 in the bottom right corner pocket. So
You can also play with left.
play with left, go around, and come the other side. Sure. 8-ball. I don't think it's in the way, is it, for that shot?
It is, but you can play it.
Yeah. I think just a straight follow shot is probably better here. With where he is on the rail, he can't really dig in and put that left on, so just, well, he plays that in an interesting way, cuts across the zone quite thinly, but wow, gets just about perfect on the 7. This time he's going to most likely have to play for the short side of the 8 because of where the 9 is. He can't easily get to the long side of the 8, so a little screw here to again cut across the zone. Perhaps go into the left long rail to play the 8-ball in the top right corner pocket. But no, he's able to get on the other side. But now, Vinnie is kind of out of position. Could potentially shoot the 8-ball into the left side pocket. Doesn't give him easy position on the 9 though.
All right, Paul, I finished my chicken wings.
All right. Well done, Mike.
I'm here to add valuable insight.
All right. Valuable insight from Agent Shaw. Please provide.
Vinny's in trouble.
Vinny's in trouble. That's quite an astute observation. He is in trouble. Let's look at the overhead. He is going for the side pocket cut, I think. Could play safety too. Get the 8-ball on the long rail and the short rail, and well,
this is
not bad. Now it's Dan Charlo with a difficult cut shot. And Joseph Lesh says that was such a sick shot. And he says, is this win by 2 or straight to 9? It's straight to 9, Joseph. Drone Shots in the chat says, corner. 2 rails to the 9. Well.
What's up, Jody?
Jody from California, right?
Yep, from Cali.
That's Drone Shots. A little late to the party today. He's usually here much earlier.
Man, he's been here the whole time.
He's just been lurking, huh?
Yeah, lurking.
I think Drone Shots likes to come out when Michael Lin, a.k.a. Asian Shaw's voice is heard.
That's right.
But he's been saying hello to me every now and then, too.
Gagak with a foreign language.
Gagak speaks to us in Colombian. Says, La verdad, Vinny es un grande de pilares.
Don't even try.
I'm not even going to try. Okay.
Thank you, Gagak.
Someone else, please Google Translate this and let us know what he's saying.
Rick Hovey in the live chat wants to know if Sean Zhang has done his 50 push-ups.
Yes, so Sean Zhang and Michael Lin, Occasion Shaw, lost to Rick Hovey and myself in Scotch doubles. Was it 10-ball or 9-ball? And Sean, they played for 50 push-ups, and Sean still has not delivered the 50 push-ups that he owes Rick and me. So yeah, we'll need to. I think that's why Sean's been hiding. I haven't seen him in a while. Nina Lesh says T just walked by.
T who?
T Tam? I don't think so.
For real?
No, I'm sure T's not here.
It's fake news.
Maybe. I didn't see him. There was somebody who looks kind of like T. I don't know if that's.
Oh, so Nina Lesh, unintentionally racist.
Dan Charlo with another oof. All right, Dan will really need to tighten his game here to avoid giving away initiative like this. Vinny's been shooting really well, and I expect him to pot this. His shooting has been on point today. Jody says Mike and Paul. Sup, Jody? Rick Hovey says, is there interest in those push-ups? Great shot by Vinnie with perfect position on the 9.
Wow.
Vinnie really shooting well. So is there interest on the push-ups? Okay, like interest as in principal interest. Yes, we need to start charging Sean Zhang interest, like weekly interest. Compound interest.
10 push-ups per week.
Plus 2 penalty each time he doesn't do it. So Sean Zhang should be like at like 70 or 80 push-ups now.
He might take it to his grave.
Well, then it doesn't count. Sean Kelly says Sean Zhang has been doing 1 push-up a day. And
I wish he was going at that pace.
Man, yeah, he needs the push-ups. We got to push him to do it. Nina Lesh says, ha ha ha, OMG, my bad. It was only a second, but I swear it was him.
Vinnie Lesh chokes!
Vinnie chokes? What?
Vinnie Lesh chokes!
Dan Sharlow leading 1 game, 7-6.
Vinnie sucks!
I guess Vinnie didn't like the bridge. The handicap stick, as T says.
On the 9 ball.
Right. Vinnie has been shooting really well. That's his first, like, choke bad miss or miss on a relatively easy shot. And Rick Hovey says he's got to owe 53 or 54 by now. Rick Hovey, I disagree. I think Sean should owe like 70 or 80 right now. we should have much higher rates of interest for him. For a player of his caliber, interest rates are high. Sean's credit score is low for push-ups. We're going to charge him like 30% interest weekly. All right, so Dan Sharlow with a good break. Again, similar outcome with the 1 ball. He had the same kind of break where he tried to bank or something of that sort on the 1. Nonetheless, he does have a shot. He could play the combo too, the 1-5, if he wants to be aggressive. But recently, Dan's aggressive shots have all been misses. So maybe he needs to tighten up a little bit.
He's aiming for the combo.
He is. It's early in the game, so he may not get punished if he misses, but you don't want to take that chance.
You might. Everything's pretty clear.
Exactly. And he misses well.
He's safe-ish.
Safe-ish, according to Michael Lynn. Michael Lynn, you said you needed some time to compose your thoughts and process your experience today with sweaty men and getting involved with tussles with them. Sean Kelly says, what are you in his will, Paul? Looking for Sean to have a heart attack? Man, I wish I was in Sean Zhang's will. I wouldn't complain.
That'd be a pretty good come-up.
That would be a really good come-up, yeah. I want his really nice diamond 9-foot pool table with 4-inch pockets. Just give me his basement. I'll take that.
I'll take the rest of the house.
The rest of the house. And I'll take Sean Zhang's basement. Sean Zhang, if you're listening, that's what your will should say.
Basement to Paul Jacob.
Sean Zhang's basement with his humidor, his pool table, his sauna and whatnot, and his mahjong tables all go to me. And the rest of his house goes to Michael Lynn. Well, we can be roommates then, Mike. Nice.
That's gay. Charles Mule in the live chat says Vinnie looks defeated after that.
Deflated.
Deflated or defeated?
Bruh. I thought you have good eyes.
I can't see it from all the way over here.
So I guess you are not Eagle Eyes 2.0 anymore. You're just Michael Lynn.
Damn.
Michael Lynn.
That's rough.
And 7-ball is now safe. All right, so Joseph Lesh.
That's too much, Joe.
Translates the Colombian for us, and he says, "The truth is, Vinnie is great at billiards. They call him the Buffalo in Colombia. Even though he hasn't visited, I feel that he is a great friend, a great one indeed."
Yo.
Quite a statement by
someone
Vinnie's
who doesn't even know the guy.
The internet is a funny place. We get everyone here together. Quite the melting pot of characters and cultures.
Dude, Vinnie Lesh got fans that don't even know him. That's funny.
Vinnie Lesh's great friend in Colombia chimes in. Thank you for the translation, Yosef.
How do you pronounce his name? Jose F?
It's too hard.
Jose F. Jose F. Lesh.
F in chat for Jose.
And is Lesh pronounced Lesh or is like
Big oof by Vinnie Lesh. Misses the 4-ball, leaves it hanging. The only saving grace here is a 7-ball, being slightly out of commission. So Dan will have to play either good safety there or breakout. He plays a breakout, aggressive.
Oh, he's got quite the shot on the 5.
Very aggressive shot. Nina Lesh says, fun fact, Joey is fluent in Spanish. All right. Very talented family here. Nina Lesh, what are your fun facts? What are you fluent in or talented in?
Well, Nina's still working on English. Maybe she's fluent on Spanish.
Maybe. Sean Kelly says, I thought Jason Hunt was the Buffalo. Any comments on that, Mike?
Who?
Jason Hunt. You know who that is?
Sounds familiar.
Sounds familiar.
What's he do? Does he drive cars? Does he do MMA?
I don't know. Sean Kelly, you want to tell us who that is? Mike apparently doesn't know. Joseph Lesh says, I took up languages as a hobby. Vinnie took up the cue. Nina Lesh says, and yes, that's how you pronounce it. People always say leash.
That's how you say it, Nina Lesh. Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying that, Nina. Jose F. Leash and Nina Leash.
And Vinnie Lesh.
Vinnie Lesh.
Vinnie Socks Leash. Nina Leash says, all right, Joey, stop commentating. We need to focus. All right, so.
You know, if what's this guy's name? Vinny?
Yeah.
If Vinny didn't have Vinnie Socks, Leash would have been a fine nickname.
Vinnie Lesh.
Yep.
I like Vinnie Socks.
I like Vinnie Socks too.
Sean Kelly says, or was it Buffalo Shot? SH pound T? Pound?
Bro, it's shit.
Oh, it's shit. Okay. Buffalo
Man, you're
shit.
slow, bro. You don't have to blur out the O.
I don't know. A pound can mean anything, right?
Pound's a swear word in across all languages.
I see. All right, so Dan Sharlow currently leading by 1 frame.
Yeah, Dan really lucked out that Vinny choked on a 9.
Yeah.
The
Dan's not shooting that well today.
He doesn't feel the Ron Cosanzio pressure.
No. Well, this is very close, and yeah. And Dan misses by a mile.
Big miss.
Steel Curtain sounds familiar. Says Predator Arcos 2 cue ball versus Aramith cue ball. Is that a question or a statement?
That's a statement. Thank you for your statement.
Very incomplete statement. Do you have something more to add on that, Steel Curtain?
Vinny's got to shoot a lefty.
I think Vinny's okay as long as he doesn't have to use the handicap stick. Because that's what he choked on the 9-ball earlier.
Really?
Yep. And he's fine with a fairly decent cue ball. Not perfect, but fine.
Little awkward on the rail.
Little awkward on the rail.
Does he have the right angle to stun towards the 9?
To stun? You mean go 2 rails? He force follows that to perfection about.
Yeah, really nice shot.
And Vinnie Lesh should be equalized here. Score should be 7-7, unless he chokes again. Which he does not. I think Vinnie only chokes with the bridge. That's the only real shot he's missed. That was unmissable, I guess. So Rick Hovey laughs out loud. What are you laughing at, Rick? What do you find so funny?
Probably Steel Curtain
statement. Steel Curtain statement. Arcos 2 cue ball versus Aramith cue ball. Interesting statement.
That's a good statement.
It feels incomplete, though. I would think Steel Curtain would offer an opinion or a question or something more to go with it. That's it. The showdown between the Predator Arcos 2 cue ball and the Aramith cue ball.
Yeah. By the way, Ron Cosanzio versus Robert Supriniak, also known as Quantum Cueist, is going to be June 7th
June 7th. Okay, day after my match. That's Saturday. Cool. All right. And it's going to be on new cloth, so that'll be fun.
Yep.
Joseph Ortolani, one of Vinny's superfans, says Vinny's heart rate hasn't gone up since 2006.
So it's only gone down.
And Rick Hovey says mark the calendars.
Man, Vinnie Lesh's fan base is flexing his heart rate now.
Joseph Ortolani, since you know Vinny's heart so well, what is his resting heart rate? Rick Hovey says, you know what else is June 7th? Is it his birthday?
Rick Hovey?
I don't know.
Does Rick Hovey have a birthday?
Was he born? Or was he made?
Artificial?
Who knows? Rick Hovey looks like he could be a test tube baby.
He's got the right build.
He's got the blondness for it too. Rick Hovey answers, no, it's not his birthday. It's UFC 316, ladies and gentlemen. What is UFC 316?
UFC 316 is, I believe, Sean O'Malley versus Merab Dvalishvili 2.
All right.
A lot of words you don't know.
That makes sense to me. Charles Muley says, what are the live odds? This thing on FanDuel.
Well, you can place your bets here in the live chat with Sean Zhang. He's willing to take action at all times.
Yeah. Nina Lesh says 37, lower than Michael Phelps. What does that mean?
Well, Nina Lesh is talking about heart rate.
Oh, heart rate. Okay, resting heart rate. Nice.
And Michael Phelps, I think he does like... 38. I was trying to think of something funny, but never mind.
Besides doping? So, let's see. According to Nina Lesh, Vinny's in tip-top cardiovascular shape. His resting heart rate is 37, which is peak athlete performance. Rick Hovey says, nah, Paul is done. Good shot by Dan there.
I don't know about Vinny's heart rate, though.
Yeah.
It's probably a little higher. The dude looks like he eats at least a couple cheeseburgers every week.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, he was wearing ketchup and mustard socks last time, too.
Yeah, ketchup and mustard.
I'm sure he had a couple hot dogs for Memorial Day. Joseph Lesh says, is it too late to get in on the Kolkata? And he does know what that is. Congrats to Joseph Lesh for knowing what a Kolkata is.
Bro, you know what a Calcutta is? You don't know what a magic rack is?
Yeah, that's
spoken like a true gambler.
Well, he is from Buffalo, right? Steel Curtain says, which one is better in your opinion? So this was the follow-up to his previous statement. Predator Arcos 2 versus Aramith. And
hey, Steel Curtain, how about next time you don't wait 10 minutes for your follow-up statement?
And my answer to that is they're the exact same thing. Both balls are made by a Belgian company called Saluk, aka Aramith. And for Predator, they're just manufactured by that company as a private label product. I believe the formulation is the same, everything is the same, so it's just the appearance that varies, at least to my knowledge. So there shouldn't be a difference. It's just a preference thing.
Joseph Ortolani in the live chat says 42 beats per minute for Vinnie Lesh's heart rate, same as a Zen monk on vacation.
That's a bit higher than the 37
Yo,
offered up by Nina Lesh.
Who is Vinnie Lesh's fan base?
Right, Colombians, Joseph Ortolani, Charles Muley, and his brother and sister, and his other 3 siblings who haven't shown up. Rick Hovey says, Paul with the facts. Thank you, Rick.
What kind of facts do you present?
Just cue ball stuff, probably.
Wow. You do know your balls.
Thank you, Mike. I'll be Paul Balls.
Paul Balls.
Charles Muley says,
it's
Vinny.
Mule.
Mule saying, Vinny getting body shamed on the commentary. We spare no punches here. Well, Mike doesn't.
I mean, Dan Charlo eats burgers too.
Oh yeah,
It's all good.
but that's obvious.
Vinnie Lesh with the hoodie.
But Dan Charlo is a Swiftie, so that makes up for it.
That one you can't tell as easily.
Yeah. It's not so obvious, but it's true. And Dan Charlo about to go 8-7 here.
On the hill.
On the hill. And Vinnie Lesh concedes. The match is now on the hill in favor of Dan Charlo. The score is 8-7. Can Vinnie come back and make it a hill game?
Gagak with
Gagak.
more random words.
Rick Hovey says new nickname.
Paul Balls.
All balls. Gagak one with more Spanish.
Thank you,
With
Gagak.
Colombian flags. And
Let me say this with the...
Joseph, maybe translate for us again with your Spanish
Let
knowledge?
me say this with the Colombian accent.
Okay.
Vinny es la razón
Razón.
que el café
Que el café.
de mi país es el mejor del mundo cocaine.
So that's how you translate the Colombian flags, huh? 3 of them. Sean Kelly says, I prefer ping pong balls to both of the 2 cue balls. Okay, Sean Kelly likes the ping pong balls.
Yeah, about
Was
the right
that a
size.
dry break by Dan?
As dry
Looks
as
like
they
it.
come.
Wow. Interesting.
Is the 5-ball potable?
I don't think so.
We about to learn today.
I don't think so.
You are correct.
So, Vinnie Lesh, Vinnie sucks. What can he do here? He will have to contend with that 5-ball being out of play. So, some kind of breakout needed there.
Rick Hovey fact-checked Paul Balls about what he said about the Aramith and the Predators, and he is correct. Thank you, Rick Hovey, for fact-checking. More reliable than Facebook's.
That is true. Rick Hovey is our independent fact checker
Yeah.
here.
Cannot be bought,
Yep.
or can he?
Joseph Lesh says, translation, Vinny is the reason that the coffee in my country is the best in the world.
Man, Vinny introduced Colombian coffee to Colombia.
Yep.
That's insane.
Vinny, the inventor of coffee in Colombia.
Vinny brought over coffee to Colombia.
And Rick
Man.
Hovey confirms also that he can be bought.
How much you want, Rick? I need you to back me up on something a little later.
Ooh. Can you buy Sean's push-ups?
Ooh.
Why don't you get Sean to do the push-ups he owes first?
I'll do them. All right.
No, I know you can do 'em.
No, I said I mean I'll make him do them. But you know what though? He's the type that'll do it like just in front of me,
Uh-huh.
and then have me vouch for it. He would. He
Well,
would.
he needs to do it in front of me. That's what Daddy Fish has to do. When is Sean playing again? Does he have any matches lined up?
Yeah, he's playing Dan Charlo next week.
Next week. Okay.
Or is it next week or is it after? I don't even know.
Rick Hovey says $25 in the Kolkata usually. That's a price he can be bought for.
Yeah, he's playing Sean Zhang. Sean Zhang versus Dan Charlo on June 5th, Thursday.
And Joseph Lesh says Sox should have Dan Charlo take the last shot for the 9-ball. Come on, I get the respect thing, but Vinny missed a 9-ball last match against T-Tam. Anything can happen. And this is about conceding when the 9-ball is on the table and the player has a clear shot. I agree. But really it's up to the player, so nobody's forcing them to concede.
Rick Hovey says he can be bought for $25.
That's the price of Rick Hovey or Test Tube Baby.
Man, I'll give you 50. It's all good.
Ooh, he pots a 9-ball, but it's a foul. So the 9 will get
Uh-oh.
spotted.
3-9 combination.
That's only something.
3-9 combination. Straight.
Actually, yeah,
It's straight.
it looks pretty good.
Yep. He's going to go for
Vinnie
it.
Lesh going for the 3-9 combination, and if he pots this, it'll be a hill-hill match.
Wow. What a result.
Can Vinnie Lesh make the 3-9 combination? He certainly can.
He sinks it.
And the score is now 8-8.
Excellent shot.
Guys, we have a hill-hill match. This is a nail-biter. It's gone all the way here. One last frame.
Let's take a look at that combination shot on the 9-ball once again by Vinnie Lesh. What a result.
Can Vinnie Lesh make the 3-9 combination? He certainly can.
He sinks it. Yeah, really nice shot.
Beautiful shot by Vinnie Lesh. Wow, this is quite a match. I did not expect this to go hill-hill. And, wow. Rick Hovey says 5th, 6th, and 7th are good matches. Joseph Leash says, yes, let's go. Mario Rourke, also a Vinny fan, says upvote. Le Bavu in the chat says they should play another set. We'll see if they do.
Is that the first time Le Bavu has spoken?
Yes, today he has.
What's up, Le Bavu?
What's up, Le Bavu? Any nickname ideas for Dan Sharlow besides Swifty Sharlow?
Swifty Sharlow is pretty good.
All right. Let's just see. I just like to check with Le Bavu. He comes up with some pretty good ones sometimes. Drone Shots, aka Jody, says Vinny the Viper might steal this.
Vinny the Viper.
That's a good break by Vinny. Really good break by Vinny.
Where's the 1 ball
gonna end up? Ooh, the 8 ball's over the pocket though.
Is the 5 in the way?
I think so.
Yeah.
But the 1 will also, well, the 1 will cut too, and Vinny is good at these cuts. But getting on the 3 is not easy from the 1.
Charles Mule says Vinny seems to be checking his phone on the live chat. That's why he keeps checking his phone.
Ah, that's what it is. He's looking at his super fans and their comments. And Rick Hovey says, wow, Hill. What a barn burner.
Vinny's got like 3 countries watching him.
Yeah, well, he's the inventor of coffee in Colombia, so, you know.
That's crazy.
Something to reckon with.
I wonder what else he brought over there.
Gagak says, eso, dale papa. And Dan Sharlow is now back at the table. He pots a 1. 3 ball, does it cut? I think so.
It does, but it might be even better to try to play safe behind the 4, shoot the 3 around the table.
Let's see what he does. After the Spanish comment by Gagakwan, Charles Miule says, sources say Vinny is checking the comments here. Okay, you already said that. Nina Lesh says, Vinny, bring it home. Le Bavu says, the equalizer. And what a safety by Dan Sharlow.
Yeah, great shot.
Beautiful. This is not easy to take out.
He actually may be able to clear the 4 on the left.
Think so? I don't.
I think he can.
He can clear it. Short rail. Off the long rail, left long rail. Alternatively, he'll have to go to the short rail on the bottom for a 1 rail kick. Other than that, there's not many easy routes.
Well, those are 2 right there.
Right. Those are the only 2 ones that are reasonable here.
Jose F. Oh, that's different Jose F. Joseph
Ortolani, super fan.
Win or lose, this has been art.
Let's go paint 1 more masterpiece, Vinny.
Wow.
And then
that is. Make sure you don't forget the wine.
And Joseph, his brother, says, do it for Buffalo. We need a championship. And Gagak this one I can understand, says, El Buffalo Gigante. the huge buffalo. The great buffalo. The gigantic buffalo. Rick Hovey says, bro.
Mr. Ortolani, don't forget the dinner, flowers, candles, and everything else.
Yeah. He knows his resting heart rate and everything else.
Yeah.
So, Dan Sharlow, 3-8 combination. Can he run it out and end this?
It's looking pretty good.
But, can't speak too soon. Dan Sharlow has been choking a little bit.
Let's see how clutch he is on this final rack.
Their whole match culminates in this frame, so...
He's got to make sure he clears the 5 ball when he brings the cue ball back towards the left.
Why did Rick Hovey say bro? Is this in response to calling him a test tube baby?
Rick Hovey just types. This is good.
It's pretty good. Just needs to stun out for the 5 in the top left corner pocket.
Yeah.
Is he hampered a bit by the 5? Looks like he's fine.
He looks pretty comfortable.
Dan Sharlow. He's got his hat on.
And he's perfect on the 5 too. Wow.
Just about perfect.
Great shot.
Needs slight angle on the 6 ideally to make it an easy positional shot for the 9.
Live chat is pretty quiet right now, sitting there in suspense.
Rick Hovey says, no more green sock for Vinny. Is Vinnie going to take off his green socks and hand it over to Dan at the end of this?
Or is Dan going to take off his green shirt?
I know which one we'd rather prefer to see. And Dan SHARLOW is fine. He does have to play a good shot here. Play the speed just right. Go into the line with a little bit of left. Is that the option?
Roger Jackson in the live chat says, don't choke.
Rats guy shows up at the end here. He is Jake Jackson's father. And Dan plays into the
Cue
line.
ball is a little...
It's perfect. It's fine.
A little far, but he should be able to do it.
And for the win, Dan SHARLOW. Can he pot this?
Sean Kelly in the live chat talks about Rick's mom.
And Dan SHARLOW pots the 9.
It.
It's all over. And Dan SHARLOW narrowly beats Vinnie Lesh 9-8. Well done.
Final score is 9-8. And I'm going to bring Dan in here.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, do you want to do a quick comment on the first set?
Cool. So, all right, Dan.
What's up?
Hey, Dan, that was close, man.
Yeah, not playing good, man. I'm just not feeling good.
Yeah, and you're going to play another set?
Yeah, I'll give him a
All
chance.
right, what are you going to do differently?
I don't know, man. I'm just like, just got tired like right before. Got here at really early at 4, and then I just hit my, you know, when you just get that, you get real tired. Everything's hard.
Do you need some coffee or something?
No, yeah, because then I'd never go to bed. Yeah.
Right.
Nah, everything's tough right now. I'm not seeing the table well, and then I'm just trying to. That 8 ball, I mean, that was a bad miss.
Yeah. You had a couple misses, couple positional errors, but you managed to pull through narrowly.
Yeah. He made some real good shots too.
You think you'll be a little bit more? You feel a little better going into the next set?
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Okay. I'm like in the in-between mode where I could either be really good or I could either be really bad, or I'll just play like I did last set where I was up and down.
Well, what's that little blue piece of tape on your cue?
That's kind of for. I found that I was standing too far back, and so I was gripping my cue at the way back, and I want to grip it forward.
So it's a training aid.
Yeah, essentially just a reminder to keep my hand forward. Because sometimes, for some reason, I'll get down and I'll slide my arm back, and then I'm not in my good fundamental stance. And I don't know. For some reason, I just started doing that. It was a bad habit. I just somehow started doing. So it's just a nice. It's
cool. That's kind of what we thought too.
Yeah.
But I won't keep you here too long. Good luck on your second set. Are you doing the same thing? Race to 9?
Yeah. Yep. I don't know what for, but I'll let him play with
We'll keep the stream going.
I lost 50 to him in that bet versus on the Nick Capola bet.
Oh, there you go.
So now I'm only up 50 even though I played for 100. So.
Cool. Awesome.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, guys.
All right. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
Good luck, Dan. All right, guys. We're going to stay live for the second set as well. I am just going to get this underway, and give me a second here.
All right. You're up. Let's just do another round. All right. Let's do same thing. Race 900.
So Dan SHARLOW has won the first set.
Is he keeping the string going?
And the players are going to play the exact same match again for a second set. So the score is now 0-0. Dan SHARLOW and Vinnie Lesh here for round 2 of this race to 99 ball. The first set was very close. It went hill, but it was Dan SHARLOW that prevailed. This time Vinnie gets the lag, and Vinnie will be breaking. First break in the second set. Race to 9 in 9-ball pool here at Billiard Breakdown in Rochester, New York. All right, so a couple comments. Rick Hovey says, take his sock, Dan. We'll have to tell Dan that if he wins the second set. Le Babu says, good games. Nina Lesh says, Vinnie put up a fight, though. And yes, Nina, he certainly did. Can he do it again? Can Vinnie tighten up his game? And can Dan also get into stroke and play a little better than he did in this previous match? We'll see. Drone Shots, a.k.a. Jody, says, cool. Joseph Leash says, got an interview for his fan base here. And Charles says, Vinnie looks like he's going to have a meltdown. This could get ugly, folks. So Charles went from being a Vinnie superfan to thinking he's going to have a meltdown. All right, how the tables turn, or how the turns table. Joseph Ortolani says, Dan out here winning and still doing a post-game therapy session. Michael Lynn is back. Joseph Lesh also says, great game, Dan. Great game, Vin. Great match, boys. Rick Hovey says, damn, Paul, you were working a double today. Thanks. And Matt Marfino says, Jake Paul, when do you play next? Matt Marfino, I'm playing on June 6th. I'm going to be playing 8-ball, right?
I don't know. I forgot. Was it John Walsh?
John Walsh.
Yeah, John Walsh.
English John.
He picked 8-ball.
He picked 8-ball, so I'll be playing 8-ball in a race to 9, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Did you guys want to
On
get more time or?
Friday, June 6th. And John Walsh is a really good player. I look forward to playing him. It's going to be tough. I need to practice, and Rick will probably help me practice, hopefully. Rick, see you tomorrow, maybe. And Rick Hovey responds saying 6-6, and that's correct, Matt. Rick. And Rick Hovey, yes, John Walsh is actually playing.
That's funny. John Walsh forfeits against like 3 players, and he's like, Paul Jacob.
He can take him.
Easy money.
Yeah.
Easy money.
So now I'm going to actually have to practice. I'm definitely better at talking than playing. And Rick says, I got scammed out of the free win.
True.
Now I have to work for it, which is okay. I'm okay with that.
Yo, Gagak, can you stop typing in whatever language you're typing in? I don't know what you're talking about, and we're just going to roast you.
Gagak, the Colombian.
Creo que Vinny tiene que mantener su enfoque de pronto necesita un cafecito cocaine.
So I think Mike translates the 3 Colombian flags as cocaine, but it's Vinny who chokes first here. Big oof by Vinny, leaving Dan Sharlow 3-ball out. Rick Hovey says we can practice some big table 8-ball this week. I look forward to it, Rick. Let's do that. I'll bring my Delta rack and my Airman Super Pro balls. And Joe says, is this one for fun or still competitive? Joseph, this is also competitive.
Yo, Paul, do you want a drink?
No, thank you.
Come on, man.
I don't think I ever want to drink again in my life.
Man. Why? What happened? Did something happen?
Yeah, man. I mean, Memorial Day, I might have had a couple mixing of, what is it? We had orange juice, mimosas with vodka, with Costco vodka.
With White Claws and
with
some
White
scotch.
Claws and scotch. Those 3 do not mix, and my body is sensitive to that.
Stop being so sensitive.
I don't know, man. I don't drink often, so when I do, it hits me harder.
You don't want a White Claw or anything?
I don't want anything. I just water. I have a bottle of water here, and that's all I need.
You want an iced tea?
No. I'll stay away from the sugar, too.
Man.
Just want some water.
Dan Sharlow
chokes
on the 9-ball.
And Vinnie Lesh with another chance. Joseph, okay, so Nina Lesh says, wondering the same if it's competitive. It is competitive. And she asks, how many races to 9 do they play? I think this might be the last one.
Yeah, this is probably the last
I don't think they're going to do any after this, so this is the last one. But Vinny is the one who punishes Dan Sharlow for his miss on the 9-ball. So the score is now 1-0. Vinnie Lesh with the first lead here. And
I'm going to grab myself a drink,
Sounds
and then maybe we can make this live commentary more fun.
Sounds good. I will stay sober today. and I probably will for the rest of my life at this point.
Le Bavu says LMAO cocaine. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
Gigak says un cafecito cocaine.
Un cafecito. Uno más cafecito. Joseph Lesh says, you guys were drinking those high-gravity ones last time. Oh, yes. Last time Mike and I were drinking Backwoods Bastard by Founders Brewing Company. Man, those go hard. Those are 11% stouts aged in bourbon oak barrels. And they're good. They certainly hit you. And Joseph translates again from Gagak 1, saying, I believe Vinny needs to maintain his focus. Maybe he needs a quick little coffee. Maybe he does. Do you want to buy him a coffee? We can make it happen. They do have coffee here at Billiard Breakdown. So if you want to offer Vinny a coffee, I'm sure we can make that happen for you. All right, so this is the second frame. Vinny plays a sort of a containing safety shot here. Sorry, Dan plays a bit of a containing safety shot. leaving Vinny a cut on the 1 ball. But I believe Vinny should have an escape path to get on the 2. He should be able to avoid the 9. And get around the 9 to play the 2 in the bottom right corner pocket. So not the best safety. But he overcuts it. No, I just ate before, Mike. Thank you. So, Vinny with the miss on the 1 ball. Dan SHARLOW pots it, and he's pretty good on the 2 ball. Michael Lynn back in the commentary.
Jose F. Lesh says, I believe Vinny needs to maintain his focus. Maybe he needs a quick little coffee. Oh, okay. All right.
Well, it is 9 p.m. at night, so...
Would anyone like to pay $1 on the live chat for Vinny to get a cup of coffee? Cash at me $1, and I will hand deliver a coffee to Vinnie Lesh. Lesh.
Well, $1 for coffee is not bad.
It's not bad. You're right, $2.
Okay. And Joseph Lesh says to say cocaine in Spanish is cocaína, pronounced cocaína. Why are we talking about all this in a pool match?
Well, Gagak started it.
Gagak is spamming us and trolling us in Colombian Spanish. Jay Dwyer, new in the chat, says he so tea drink coffee, he'll take bottled water.
Thank you, Joe.
Jay. He so tea drink coffee. I guess he says he don't drink
chokes
coffee.
on
Dan
the 7
SHARLOW
ball.
with the
But is he
double
safe?
choke. He's
Is
safe.
he safe? He is safe.
He's safe. Well, can Vinny play the 9 ball off the 7?
Nah.
You don't think so? I think so.
I don't think so.
It's going to be a close hit, though. I think Vinny can play the 9 off the 7, but we'll see.
So no one in the live chat has $2 to spare.
Nina, his sister, says he doesn't drink coffee.
She doesn't know.
Yeah, why would she know, right?
I don't know.
Pretty good safety, leaving Dan a thin cut, but not really a safety either. Gagak one says you can also call it perico, pronounced pear-trico. Pear-trico?
All right, who wants to Venmo me $2 to bring Vinnie Lesh a bottle of water?
Bottle of water. Rick Hovey says, I see what's happening here. What do you see, Rick Hovey? Dan doesn't want to lose his action. Okay. Oh, Jay Dwyer says that's his wife, LOL.
Nina's his wife?
Nina's his wife? I thought she said he was his sister. Wait. He said Vinny was her big bro, so...
I think we're getting scammed.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on, guys. The Lesh family tree is becoming a little too complex for me to keep up with.
Joe Lesh, you got a Cash App?
All right, so Vinnie Lesh.
Oh, okay. He says...
Joseph Lesh says, what's the Venmo?
No, he says, buy Joe a bottle of water, please, to Gagak.
Okay. Compra un botella de agua, por favor.
Yeah, Joe, why don't you put your Venmo down and I'll send you a request for $2.
And Jay Dwyer says, I'll cash out money for Vinny.
Well, whoever wants to put your Cash App or Venmo ID in the live chat and I'll send you a request.
And Nina Lesh says, I'll send money for Vinny too, and also not his wife. So
Joe Dwyer just making stuff up.
Yeah, Nina Lesh is apparently Vinny's sister. Is that correct, Nina? Or is Nina a man's name? I don't know.
Nina's definitely a man's name.
Le Bavu here offers cocaine for Vinny.
Le Bavu, just send me $100 in Cash App and we'll get it done.
I have no role to play in this, guys. My hands are clean.
It's a casual deal.
I see. And Vinnie Lesh says correct. I am the sister, not a sister, the sister.
Man, who's gonna buy Vinny a bottle of water here? Anyone? Come on.
And Leibabu laughs at that, and Brickovi says hand delivered. That's right, hand delivered bottle of water. Says Vinnie Lesh does not drink coffee.
Look, you know what? I'll even sweeten the pot. After I hand deliver the bottle of water, I'm gonna give you guys a Chinese bow on the screen.
Okay. Does anyone want to see that? Michael Lin really showing off his entrepreneurial skills here.
Yeah.
Quite the businessman.
Just.
Every dollar counts.
Yep.
This is 7 safe now.
Yeah, today was a slow day. $2 could really help me out.
Paul Schuler says, is there ever any random drug testing after matches?
Yeah, we're going to do one tonight after.
We'll have both players pee in a cup, and Michael Lin will... uses pretty diverse skill set to confirm that the players are clean. Oh, what a shot there.
Yo, that is funny as hell.
Rick Hovey says that might be worth the $2 in itself. Michael Lin, you're a man of many talents. It's good safety by Vinny there. Gaguk says $1 is about 3,000 Colombian pesos. Thank you for the current exchange rates.
Now, can you type that in a language I can understand?
Oh, you don't understand English? It's the first thing Gaguk typed in English. Why are you complaining? Is this a foul?
Get there.
Is this a foul?
Foul.
Foul by Dan Sharlow. Failing to make contact with the rail. Ball in hand.
Can Vinnie Lesh take a 3-0 lead here?
He should, but it's a ball in hand. Why is he not taking a ball in hand? Vinnie Lesh paying too much attention to the YouTube comments.
Yep.
Missing a foul by his opponent.
Joseph Lesh translates it. $1 son aproximadamente 3,000 pesos colombianos. Thank you, Joe.
A language that Mike can understand.
Yeah, Gagag is typing too much right now.
Yeah, and Vinnie Lesh now should be able to make it a 3-0 advantage. Ooh, rattles the 9, but he makes it. Score is now 3-0. Vinny with a strong early lead. Can he hold on to it? The sister, Nina Lesh, says, first round, Vinny was just warming up.
Live chat wants me to get you more water. You want more water?
More water? I'll take a water.
So Vinnie Lesh accepts the water from the live chat, and Michael Lin is going to go hand deliver. Little does he know that he's going to be forced to pee in a cup after this match and drug tested by Michael Lin. Don't tell him that. And that is why Michael Lin is giving him water. Oof. That's an oof for sure. Scratch on the break. Dan Sharlow.
My siblings in the chat are annoying.
Hand delivering water with a Chinese bow on screen. Did you guys catch that? That was Michael Lin.
You want water too?
No.
Alright guys, for those of you that missed it, let's once again see what just happened. Michael Lin hand delivering the water and offering the promised Chinese bow. Hand delivering water with a Chinese bow on screen. So quite personalized VIP service here at Billiard Breakdown. And all right, a couple comments we missed up. Joseph Lesh says, not sure if SHARLOW is taking a game in the series. All right.
Want to bet?
Bob Hendrix shows up in chat, says Michael Lin will will you be showing the viewers the kowtow bow?
Yes, that was
a kowtow bow.
Yep.
Joseph Ortolani says, Vinnie Sox isn't just playing pool, he's giving us a clinic in composure and class.
Wow.
Gagak says, eso, vamos!
Good God.
Lebabu laughs. Nina Lesh says, Joey, he just called us annoying. And, quote, my siblings in the chat are annoying.
Yeah, when I handed Joe Sox, or Joe Sox, Vinnie Sox, his water, he said, yeah, you can just ignore those.
Yeah.
Ignore my family.
You got a couple calls earlier, Mike. I didn't pick up. I was calling you.
Thank you.
Rick Hovey says, Mike, how much to start shadow boxing in the background for 60 seconds?
$10.
$10. So Rick Hovey, if you want to see Mike shadow boxing in the background for 60 seconds, that'll be $10. Venmo. What is it?
Yeah,
Agent Shaw.
I'm gonna start an OnlyFans now. Man, I got quite the fan base.
Not as much as Vinnie.
Yeah.
Maybe Vinnie should start an OnlyFans for
He
his
should.
Colombian fan base.
How much do you think his socks would sell for?
If they're used and dirty, way more. Say minimum $50.
50?
But I don't know how much that is in pesos. We got the exchange rates from.
Would anyone in the live chat like
$1
to buy,
is 3,000 pesos.
Would anyone in the live chat like to buy Vinnie Lesh's socks? after
Only
this
150 pesos. 150,000 pesos for socks. Those are the current exchange rates in Colombia. Good shot by Dan.
match? Yeah, great shot. Any buyers for Vinnie Lesh's socks?
Rick Hovey says, man, that's a good price. And Rick Hovey says, well, the green one is Dan's right now. Bob Hendrix with the prediction. Second set, Vinnie wins 9-7. The chat, the poll is at 36 votes and roughly even, 53% in favor of Vinnie. But this is from the beginning of this match.
Yeah, start a new one. Who's going to win the second set?
Okay, let's start a new poll then.
You got to end.
Oh, I have to end this poll first, huh?
Dan Charlo with a difficult shot on the 8. And it hangs. Dan Charlo flicks the cue ball off the table. Vinnie Lesh is going to be up 4-0 now. Quite the lead. It's going to be tough for Dan to get back in this. Let's see if he can. Let's take a look at that flick of the wrist one more time by the champ. Dan Charlo flicks the cue ball.
Wow. All right, so we have a poll. Again, a fresh poll in the chat. Who will win the second set? Swifty Charlo, the champ, or Vinnie Sox Leash? And the poll's moving quick. 75% in favor of Vinnie Sox Leash.
Although I will say I don't think Dan's out of this yet.
Yeah.
I mean, once it gets to like 7 or 8, then yeah.
Sure.
But still early.
Vinnie misses the 2 ball. Joseph, his brother, says, man, if Vinnie wins this, I feel like they got to go a third for the championship. And Joseph Lesh says, oof. Le Bavu says, yeah, can't leave us hanging with tied set, got to play a third. All right, it's up to the players. Joseph says, do pupil in the pool community.
Pupil.
The pupil in the pool community take into consideration how many total games won, or is it strictly series won?
Oh my gosh.
Usually series or sets.
Yeah.
because you're playing a race to a certain number, right? So that's what counts. And Les Bavus also says series. Yep, that's right. I agree with Les Bavus. I have a feeling I would agree with Les Bavus on most things. Seems to be someone who makes good choices in life.
Les Bavus?
Yeah. Dan with a chance here.
Les Bavus, what do you do for a living?
Make good choices. No, I'm curious. Is Les Bavus a local to Rochester? Or
I
is
don't
he
think so.
From California again?
I don't think so.
Yeah, Les Bavus, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, where are you from and what do you do?
Joseph Lesh says, while Les Bavus makes great choices, Gagak makes terrible ones daily. And that looks like a terrible choice by Dan Sharlow. Rivaling that of Gagak's, but he gets lucky. It rolls safe. Can Vinnie play a rail first with side spin here? Or is he just going to play safety behind the 8? No, he can't get to the 8, but he plays a decent safe.
Les Bavus in the live chat says, just got a job moving to Chicago next week. He's in IT.
Nice.
Cool.
So where were you before? Oh, he says from Dallas to Oklahoma to Chicago next week. So we got Texas, Oklahoma, and Illinois.
You know what's crazy is I lived in Newkirk, Oklahoma for like a month.
A month.
A month.
Ah. What did you think of Oklahoma?
Man, that place is boring as hell.
Yeah. I've been to Dallas several times. I lived in Austin, Texas for about 8 years.
8 years?
Yeah.
Nice.
2011 to 20. Well, San Marcos and Austin.
Cool.
Practically the same place. That's where I learned how to play pool.
When you were in Austin, you ever watched Joe Rogan?
No.
Missed
I
opportunity.
left Austin in early 2019. I was there from 2011 to 2019. Went to school there. And Les Bavus says Oklahoma is boring.
Yep.
This is
True
what
story.
Michael Nguyen said. See? I would agree with most things Les Bavus says. He seems based.
Based.
Good safety by Dan using the 9 as cover.
Nice shot.
Vinnie, if he kicks at it, will likely break out the 5-6 as well, which might help Dan. Wow, 91% of the poll with 11 votes is in favor of Vinnie Sox. And Charles Muley with a formidable insight says no such thing as boring places, just boring people.
Charles Mule doesn't know what he's talking about.
I wouldn't agree with most things Charles Muley says. Dan leaves distance, but is it safe?
I think
don't
Vinny's
think
got
so.
a relatively easy kick.
I think Vinnie can see it. I don't think he even needs to kick it. Can he see it?
I don't.
I think he can
don't.
see it.
I think he's got a kick.
I think he's got a kick. I think he can see it directly. We'll see if you're Agent Shaw or just Michael Nguyen.
He's kicking.
Okay. Well, he sold it out. Dan has just a soft stun or screw to play here. And he will be perfect on the 6. So, not a good outcome for Vinnie Sox. But he's up 4 games. Oof.
Dan Sharlow way off there.
Dan Sharlow is just way off in this set, even more so than the last one.
Or you can call it a next level safety.
I don't think he was going for a next level
Fake,
safety, though.
fake the choke.
Yeah.
Fake the choke, leave him tough.
But this is potable, and Vinnie can cut it in with the back shot to the bottom right.
Man, I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah. Can Vinnie pot this?
I think he's going to try to play safe.
That he does. Goes into the 9, doesn't quite get safe. Dan Sharlow with another chance.
This
Long
is
pot.
a real tough spot shot.
Yeah. And Dan's been missing easier shots, so. Oh, it's 4-0, huh? Oh, beautifully played.
Yeah, great.
8-ball hangs over the pocket too, making his next shot much easier. But he's got distance in a long straight shot here, missable.
And the cue ball is likely to kind of stay on the rail.
Yeah.
Which is going to be tough. for the 8
He would
position.
ideally have to play this with sort of a stun or stop shot to float the cue ball out. It's tough to do.
He's got like no angle to do it too.
That's true. And trying to overpower this in will make it missable. So he's playing with low or bottom or draw or screw, whatever you call it, but he's done it really well.
Great shot.
Now he'll have to like put some juice on the ball. He has to really stun in with screw with maybe a little left, bottom left, to come along the left long rail down for the 9 ball in the left side pocket. Sorry, left corner pocket.
You don't think he's going to follow with top right?
No. Oh, well, he's going for the follow. I would screw, but Dan looks like he's following with top right. And that's a problem with following with top right.
Man, but even drawing back is tough.
I think drawing back was, yeah, it's tough, but you would have guaranteed shape, I think. But now he's doing something, one of the Dan shots, which he misses also.
Side pocket.
Dan likes these like 4-rail bank shots, but he wasn't close on that one.
It was cuttable.
It was cuttable, but he didn't see that. He didn't feel it. If he cuts it and misses, he's leaving it. But now Vinnie Lesh with one good pot for a 5-0 advantage.
Man, that's a huge advantage.
This is looking pretty one-sided, and 5-0 it is. So Vinnie Lesh more than halfway through to claiming the second set, 5-0. And Joseph Lesh says, how do you become the champ?
So we've got a top 15 players list in Rochester, New York, and the champ title refers to the Rochester location. You start your way from the bottom. You can challenge number 14 or 15 to start off, and then you can challenge up to 2 spots. And Dan SHARLOW recently defeated the previous champ, Ron Casanzio, who is also an excellent player. And now Dan's got the title.
That's right. In order to be the champ of Rochester, you do have to be a Rochester local player. And you do need to be able to make it to Rochester quite frequently. So that's the first criteria. Lebavu asks, what did y'all put in the water for Vinny? See, Lebavu sounds Texan too. I haven't heard anyone say y'all in 6 years. That's awesome. What a shot by Dan SHARLOW. Dan plays a combination shot and pots the 9 ball. Let's look at that again. Let's look at that shot again. Dan SHARLOW gets his first win on the board. He plays a 1-9 combination. Let's look at it again. What a shot by Dan SHARLOW. Dan.
Yeah, really great shot there by Dan. I completely missed it.
I almost missed it too. And Lebahu asked, what did y'all put in the water for Vinny? It was probably the Chinese bow by Mike. That
Cocaine.
Cocaine. Paul Schuler says, looks like the heart rate is about 37 now.
Cocaine.
Joseph Lesh says, ha ha ha. Yeah, heart rate is up. Water definitely had a little bit of that Colombian magic in it. Gagak says, ja ja. Ja ja is how they laugh in Colombia. Joseph Lesh says, if Vinny wins his series, is he the champ?
Nope.
He is not. This is not a challenge position. You have to work your way through the list, and only 2 spots below can challenge. So
right now, the only 2 people who can challenge the champ, Dan
Sean
SHARLOW, is Sean Zhang and Ron Casanzio.
Yep. That's right. Would you allow Buffalo players to play on the list, Mike? Or
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
But the thing is, once availability
Yeah.
becomes too much of a pain in the butt, then I'll just kick them off.
Okay. So if you do want to try to get on the list and challenge for 15 and 14 spots, let Mike know. But keep in mind, if you're not able to regularly come for your challenge matches, you will be taken off the list. Because availability in Rochester is a prerequisite for playing on the Rochester Top 15 list.
Well said.
Thank you, Mike. Dan SHARLOW, after a 1-9 combination shot in the previous frame, wants to get back into this match. He's got a big 4-game deficit, right?
That's right.
That's right.
Not deficit.
Not deficit, deficit.
Deficit. My man.
Michael Lin is my new Chinese English coach.
Oh!
What? Was that a fluke?
No. What a shot by Dan SHARLOW there. Really really well done. Let's take a look at that one more time.
Dan SHARLOW with the early 9s.
Great shot.
Chinese English coach.
Oh!
Looks like Dan definitely played for that 9 ball. And what a great shot. So Dan SHARLOW
Working his way back.
Working his way back, but 2 really good combination / carom shots on the 9 ball. And he's going to be breaking here. Can he reduce the deficit? But unfortunately, he snookers himself with the 2 ball. So Dan will have to either kick or play a push shot. So now the poll is shifting a little bit, 15% now in favor of Swifty SHARLOW, the champ.
And as you say that, it drops to 14.
It does.
What a push.
Dan SHARLOW calls a push shot. Joseph, I'm not sure, are you familiar with what a push shot is? The push shot, for those of you new to 9 ball or 10 ball, is a shot that can be played immediately after the break shot. The regular rules don't apply. The player can play the cue ball anywhere they want. They can pot any ball they want, or they can just not pot anything or even not make contact with anything. It's a free shot that can be played right after the break. But the caveat is the incoming player has a choice of continuing to shoot on the table or making the player who just shot the push shot shoot it again. So over here, it's Vinny's choice whether he wants Dan to shoot it or whether Vinny wants to shoot it. And this time, Vinny has nominated Dan to shoot this again. So now Dan has to shoot it from where it is, and all the regular rules apply. That is a push shot. Joseph Lesh says you can do that at any time. Just hit the correct number ball first, then hit the 9 ball in. That's correct. As long as your initial contact is with the lowest number ball on the table, if the 9 goes in and you don't scratch, that is, hit the cue ball in, you would win the frame.
Big win.
Big win.
Paul Schuler in the live chat says Cowboy SHARLOW loves to ride the 9. That's a very sus comment.
Sounds like Cowgirl SHARLOW being a Swifty and all.
Man.
Swifty SHARLOW. I like that better than Cowboy SHARLOW. The real cowboy here is Le Bavu from Dallas, Texas.
The real cowboy.
And Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be a Chicago cowboy.
There's literally nothing in Oklahoma.
Are there cowboys in Oklahoma? I don't think so, right? Texas for
SHARLOW
sure.
shoots the cue ball around the 8 ball. Well
Le
done.
Bavu says howdy. Le Bavu, do you like yourself some good Texas brisket? Have you ever been to Franklin's down in Austin? Man, I miss Texas barbecue. Barbecue here is no bueno. You know what I miss more than barbecue from Texas? Tex-Mex, the tacos.
Really?
Oh, they're amazing. Texas.
It's probably because they use all that slow-cooked finesse.
Yeah,
on the
they have
meats for-
barbacoa, they have lengua, chicharrones, all the really good stuff. The salsas. Yeah, Tex-Mex is amazing. And we just don't get all that stuff here in Rochester. Mexican food in Rochester is lame. So is barbecue. And I know a lot of people like dinosaur barbecue and say it's good. No, it's very mid. It's no offense to dinosaur barbecue.
No, I
lovers.
believe you.
But it is not real barbecue. That stuff does not even hold a candle to Texas barbecue.
Yeah, I believe it. You know, there's a really nice barbecue place that I went to in Buffalo.
Buffalo.
Way better than Dinosaur.
Dinosaur.
Or
What
whatever
was it
else.
called? Great bank shop.
He wasn't even going for
It's
it.
good for safety.
I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, what was it called? Great Barbecue in Buffalo.
man. Give me some time and I'll find it.
What I do like in Buffalo are the wings, and not Anchor Bar, but I like Barbell's wings. They're pretty good. Lebaú says, howdy. Velvet Taco is good in Torchy's Tacos. Yeah, Torchy's is a pretty big chain now. I know that they have some in Virginia as well. I went to one in Charlottesville a couple months ago. I like Torchy's Lebaú, but I prefer the authentic Mexican food truck tacos and gas station tacos more. I think Torchy's is nice, but it's a little too commercial for me. They're tasty, but they're not as good as... the best tacos in Texas are at the gas stations, Mexican meat markets, and food trucks, in my opinion. And Jay Dwyer here agrees with me. He says Barbell wings are amazing. Have you ever been to Barbell? They have a location in Rochester now, so you don't have to go to Buffalo. But yeah, I really like their wings. They're pretty good.
Sweet.
Just check it out sometime. You know, the wings here at Billiard Breakdown aren't bad either.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I enjoy them. I think you could probably improve on your sauces, but the wings themselves are done really well. Barbell has their own like blue cheese sauce, which is really good. I think they make it in-house. That really is very good too.
Dan Charlo working his way back into the set.
And Jay Dwyer says no, not the same, unfortunately. Are you talking about the Rochester location, Jay, or something else? The Rochester one I went to, it was good. I don't know if it's the same or that different from the Buffalo location. Joseph says, Anchor Bar, Duff's, Barbell are top 3 most famous wings places in Buffalo. I've been to Anchor Bar and Barbell, but never Duff's. What's Duff's like? Is it good? And Dan Charlo here is now at 3 games to 5, so he's definitely clawing his way back in here. He's in the frame. He's in the match. Vinny looks like he's tuning into the chat here. And Jay Dwyer says that the Rochester location of Barbell is not the same as the Buffalo location. Okay. Well, I'll trust you on that. I've been to the Rochester one a long time ago. I thought it was good, but you're probably right. The Buffalo one is probably a little better. What other good food does Buffalo have besides wings?
You asking me?
Yeah, or chat.
I'm still trying to find this this
The
barbecue place. All right, so I found the address I go to normally for.
Yeah. Duff's has Dr. Pepper charbecue wings. Interesting. Dr. Pepper is a very Texas thing, by the way. Interesting that they have that here. Joseph Lesh says, also a big chain, rival of Anchor Bar. He's talking about Duff's, I believe. Pretty solid wings, great fries. Prices of wings everywhere is crazy. Remember the good old days of 10-cent wing night specials. Yeah, not anymore. Wings are well over $1.
All right, this is the spot.
Yeah. What is it? TSG Barbecue. Okay, TSG. What does that stand for?
Just
Anyone in the chat know about TSG Barbecue? Where is it in Buffalo? Is it in
Elma.
Elma,
New York.
But that's not Buffalo, is it?
It is.
Okay.
I mean, it's right there.
Yeah. I know there's a good Indian restaurant in Niagara Falls. Rochester has half-decent ones, but nothing amazing.
Yeah, this is, so I used to go to Car Meats near there.
Near Elma?
Yeah, there used to be something called the Mansion Meats.
Mansion Meats.
Yep.
Right. And what did you like there? Was it brisket or
we would all
pulled
stop
pork?
by this barbecue place.
What did you like there? Did you have brisket or pulled pork?
I had
or
everything
ribs?
there. Everything there is top tier, actually.
Okay. Gotta check it out then.
I mean, look at the reviews. I didn't even know the name of this place until just now.
Wow. Okay. Can you send that to me? Anyone in Buffalo, if you guys care to drive up to Elma and check it out sometime. It's called TSG Barbecue, and Michael Lynn says it's top tier.
It is.
So if it's not, you know who to blame.
No.
Gagak one says, Las Alas in Bogota, Colombia is good. Joseph Lesh, do you want to try translating that one? Bogota is a place in Colombia, right?
It is.
It's a city. Las Alas in Bogota. What's Las Alas? Jay Dwyer says Mexico City on Camp Road.
It might mean beach. I don't know.
Hamburg.
Just guessing.
He said the wings in Bogota, Colombia are good. Chicken wings. Or do they eat wings of some other creature there?
Look. We got 82% of the people in the live chat believe Vinnie Lesh is going to win.
But
look
it's
at the
Dan
score.
Charlo
Look at the score now.
about to make it 4-5.
Look at the score, guys.
Dan Charlo waking up. We're distracted by food here.
Live chat is confidently incorrect.
Well, whenever you're incorrect, be confident about it, right?
That's right.
It's better to be confidently incorrect than inconfidently.
Is it 4-5 or 5-5?
5-4. Yeah, I think they confirm. Our score is correct. At least we're doing our jobs and keeping track of the correct score. So, Jay Dwyer says, on Tuesdays, Mexico City has all-you-can-eat tacos and Mexican ramen noodles. Mexico City he's referring to is not Mexico City in Mexico. It's Mexico City on Camp Road in Hamburg. And not Hamburg, Germany. Hamburg, New York. And what is with New York and all these, like, European town names?
There's Rome, New York.
There's so many of them. There's Caledonia, there's Paris.
There's probably something like random we could make up to, and it might be
Yeah,
New
it
York.
probably exists.
Well,
There's Delhi. There's even Delhi in
There's
New York.
Delhi?
Yeah, like.
What else can we come up with that we're not sure?
Man, there's everything. You literally Lancaster. There's
No, something we don't know. And I'm just gonna try to type it in and see if it comes up.
How about Frankfurt?
Frankfurt, New York.
I think it exists.
That probably exists. Yeah,
How about
Frankfurt, New York exists.
Versailles?
Versailles, okay.
Milan.
All right, so there's no Versailles, New York. Milan, New York.
Greece, New York. Okay.
There is Milan, New York.
There is Milan, New York. Okay.
Yep.
What else? Sao Paulo.
Sao Paulo.
I probably don't think. It skews European usually.
No Sao Paulo.
Yeah, it's mostly European. So, how about this? Schweinfurt.
How do you spell that?
Schweinfurt. Let's name off German towns.
No
Nuremberg.
Schweinfurt.
Nuremberg. Nuremberg.
No, but there is a Nuremberg, Pennsylvania.
Okay. What about Munich? New York. And Jay Dwyer says San Mexico
No Munich.
City has half-price margaritas too on Tuesdays. Motorcycle and Guns, quite the channel, says let's go, Charlo.
Hey, we got one Charlo fan in the house.
One Charlo fan.
What's up, man?
First Charlo fan. Motorcycle and Guns.
Motorcycle.
Motorcycle.
Wow. That's actually creative. Motorcycle.
Yeah. Motorcycle.
I like it.
Dan Charlo with ball in hand. Can he make the score 5-5 from here? Layout is...
How's the 7 look?
The 7 looks
Iffy.
It will definitely pot into the bottom right corner pocket. But I don't know anything if it'll pot past to the bottom left corner pocket. Possibly. Yeah, it's crazy. New York and its city names. And then, of course, there's Chilai in Rochester. Like, why is it called that? So many things. Charlotte.
Matt Marafino.
Do you know Matt Marafino?
I don't, but he's late to the party with Greece, New York.
That's right. Dan Charlo. Is there Charlo, New York?
Charlo, New York. He might move there if we confirm.
Swifty Charlo of Charlo, New York.
No Charlo, New York. There's a Charlo, Wisconsin.
Gagak one says
No,
Bogota. Is there Bogota, New York? Bogota, Colombia. Is that where you're from, Gagak one?
There's a Bogota, New Jersey.
New Jersey. It's fake New York. So Gagak one, there's Bogota in New Jersey. Jay Dwyer says if you like Thai food, Rin's Thai Bistro and Lily Thai Orchid are amazing. Thai house is good too.
Here we go.
The Buffalo peeps are out in full force.
He's actually got a good angle here to
on
almost
the
like
short side?
pinch it, short side.
Short side of the 7. Or will he go into the 9 here? I think he's going to go into the 9. Nope, he tries to pinch it, but doesn't quite pinch it, but he may be able to.
He better play safe behind the 9.
Yeah. No point in trying to take the pot on, right?
Yep. Nice shot.
And Dan SHARLOW plays safe behind the 9, as suggested by Agent Shaw. Now, Vinny has a bit of distance, quite an oblique angle for a kick here, for a 1-rail kick. So not an easy kick.
Did you say oblique?
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
A wide angle. What's the definition of oblique? Neither parallel nor at a right angle to specified or implied line. Slanting. That's what oblique means.
Perfect.
Yeah, I can't pronounce some things, but I guess I know some words. Well, yeah, so Dan now. So I didn't see that kick. He was able to make contact?
Cue ball is safe.
You distracted me looking up oblique.
Yeah,
what happened?
Vinny Sox does make the kick. He goes two rails.
He went 2 rails.
Yep, into the right long rail.
Okay.
And then it hit the 7.
Yeah, those kind of kicks are challenging because when you have a slanting angle off the rail, it's harder to judge the amount of slide you get.
Yeah, very oblique.
Yes.
Live chat's busy today, though, huh?
Yeah, there's a lot of people in, especially from Buffalo. We had Vinny's family show up, and a little quieter now, but
if the players do choose to play a 3rd set, we're not going to commentate.
Yeah.
Just let them battle it out for the glory.
They can keep score by just coming in here and dating it, right?
No, I can do it on my phone.
Oh, okay.
Dan impressively working his way back into the 2nd set.
It was it 5-0?
Yeah.
And now it's 4-5.
Or was it? Yeah,
I think it was 5-0. Yeah, Vinny hasn't won a single game in the last 4 frames.
Damn.
Yeah. Dan has won 4 in a row here, if I'm not incorrect.
Joe Lesh in the live chat starting trouble.
Ah, trouble it is. Who would win, Paul versus Mike? In billiards, not MMA. Well, I'd definitely beat Mike in MMA, right? Ooh, what a shot by Vinny. But he doesn't leave himself that well on the 8. Is he going to try a bank shot or a safety? Joe asks, in billiards, not MMA. Well, maybe we should have a commentators match some point in the future.
I got the edge, guys.
Mike thinks he's got the edge. No, we'll just have to wait and see. What was the result of our last race, Mike?
Oh, I crushed you last time we played.
A race?
Last time we played.
Well, when we played a race to 5, I remember that was a little different. Well, guys, Michael Lynn has been known to choke from time to time, but so have I. So, guess you'll just have to wait and find out.
Tough shot here, especially with position on the 9. He might be best off just going for short side position.
Short side position. Joseph Lesh would like to see that commentator match. And he wants to see Mike oof a few shots. Who will commentate that match?
Jason Hunt.
Jason Hunt. Oh, so you know who Jason Hunt is?
Well, I've heard of the name.
Yeah.
He's big in MMA.
I see. MMA fighter Jason Hunt will commentate said match. Oof by Dan SHARLOW.
Big oof. Vinnie
Mega
Lesh
oof.
should be able to take
That's
this
as
game.
oof as oofs go.
Vinny looking to make it 6-4.
And he should be able to. Scared with a little bit of outside here. Ooh, cuts the zone. Vinnie cutting the zone, but he's fine. Cutting it close, but he gets a good bump. Stretching across the table, but it should be okay.
He sinks it.
And Vinnie Lesh takes the score up, wins the first frame in the last 5. And the score is now 6-4 after Dan SHARLOW. Oofs.
Brian Murphy in the live chat says Jason Hunt loves Fargo. Yeah, every time I see him, he just talks about how Fargo has improved his life, and he wouldn't be anywhere near the player he is
Jason
without
Hunt
it.
talks about how fair of a system Fargo is. He thinks it's lovely for pool.
And I agree.
And Jay Dwyer says, I jacked Jason Hunt up on a table
Picked.
at Hippo. I jacked?
Jacked? Picked? Jacked?
Okay, that sounds very inappropriate. Jay Dwyer says he jacked Jason Hunt up on a table at Hippodrome.
It's very gay of you, Jay. Very gay. But that's okay. Nothing against gay people. Just, you know, if you want to jack Jason Hunt on a table, do what you want, you know? It's all good.
Gagakwan says Medellin, New York. Is
Medellin.
Medellin. Is that, where's Medellin?
Colombia.
Colombia, okay. So there's actually a Medellin, New York?
Medellin.
There's Medina, right? Is that?
No, it's like Medellin. It's Medellin or
Yeah.
it's something like that.
Yeah,
So.
that's what Gagakwan said. Jay Dwyer said he owed me money, LOL. So that's what you do, huh? When people owe you
So
money.
Jason Hunt paid you, and you jacked him on a table. That's a pretty standard transaction, right?
I guess so. It's one of the oldest, surviving occupations in the world.
Jay Dwyer.
Joseph Ortolani says, Vinnie with the smooth finishing shot. As cool as ever. Just another day at the office. Is Joseph Ortolani like a bot, like a ChatGPT/AI bot?
Yo, who programmed Ortolani here?
His responses are very AI sounding.
Yeah.
It's like an AI summary.
It. We've really made it. We're getting bodied.
We got AI bots in the chat like Joseph Ortolani. Jay Dwyer said, I punched him in the face. Is that better, LOL?
You jacked him and then you punched him.
That sounds pretty cold.
I mean, what kind of service is that?
I guess some people are into that. You get what you pay for, and people are willing to pay for all sorts of stuff these days.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And he's going for the thin cut, but he gets a good safety. I guess
He didn't go for a thin cut.
He went for the safety then. And I'm getting tired.
I don't blame you. Thanks for toughing it out.
It's all good. It's been a long day.
You want a drink?
No, thank you. I am not drinking ever again.
Bruh.
Almost flukes a foreign.
Is the 5 in the way?
I think he can see it, at least cut into the top right corner pocket.
That's too tough.
Too tough
Too tough.
for Vinnie Lesh.
Vinnie sucks.
Not too tough for Vinnie Socks.
Great shot.
Uh-oh.
Fantastic shot by Vinnie.
But not a good leave here. The 5-9 may be possible, but not easy.
Le Bavu says it was an oblique cut.
Oblique cut.
Le Bavu seems like a very likable person.
Yeah, I agree. Leba was on the money. That was an oblique cut. Gagakwan with another Colombian reference for New York. Barranquilla, New York. Is that a place?
Probably not.
I think Gagakwan is just Googling Google Maps.
I think he's just
Something.
naming random cities in Colombia and adding
And
New
New
York
York to it.
at the end of it.
Ooh.
Dan SHARLOW.
With another oof.
Wow.
Leaving 4-ball out for Vinnie Socks.
Really odd,
What's going on with Dan's oofs?
odd way to scratch for sure. That's not one you can really see coming.
Let's look at it again.
Adding
And
New
New
York
York to
at the end of it.
Ooh.
Dan SHARLOW.
With another oof.
Wow.
Leaving 4. Yeah,
Yeah.
He caught that 5-ball rather thin on the way back from that kick. So, yeah, very difficult to judge.
And, you know, he did hit the right side, the correct side. Of the 5 for
Just
a potential safety
hit
shot.
with the wrong thickness, I guess. It was. Yeah, he hit it too obliquely.
And Vinnie leaves himself pretty tough here.
Brian Murphy says Jason's hunt is a real treat after a couple of treats. What? Does that make sense to you?
Can you say this in Spanish?
Oh, after a couple of treats, meaning drinks. Okay, that does make things a little clearer.
Man, just say drinks, man.
Joe Leash says, big oof, run it, Vin. And it looks like Vin is going to run it.
Yeah, Vinnie with a nice shot into the side pocket. Can he make the final cut?
The final cut. Ooh.
He chokes.
And the cue ball. And the cue ball.
Chokes.
And with that, the last oof is by Vinnie Sox.
I can't get used to the speed of this table. I feel like the cue ball just flies.
Yeah.
And Vinnie Lesh with his own colorful commentary on the speed of the table.
He says he's having trouble gauging the speed of the table halfway through the second set. Dang, Vinnie. Let's take a look.
Ooh.
He chokes.
And the cue ball.
Heavy body English by Vinnie. I don't believe it was the speed of the table in that one.
Yeah, but he does have a point too. The cloth is fairly worn, so it keeps rolling, maybe a little more than usual. But yeah, that's to be expected with worn cloth sometimes. Joseph Ortolani, who we think may be a bot.
Joe Ortolani's definitely a bot.
Commentary rooting for Dan like he's their ride home.
Are they though?
Are we rooting for Dan? We're not rooting for anybody. But everyone likes a comeback, right?
Yeah. Joe Ortolani, sensitive bot. What's up, Andrew? Andrew Mysick in the live chat says, looks like there's a new champ in town.
Well, Andrew...
Yeah, Dan Sharlow is the new champ in town.
That's right. And this match is not going to change that. The only way to dethrone the champ is by working your way up through the list and getting to spots 1 or 2 so you can challenge the champ.
I'll be back. I'm going to grab myself some more scotch.
Michael Lynn, going to get some more Dalmore. What are you drinking today? 12? 15? Fancy stuff. Ooh, I have your scotch in my car. I should get it too. Alright, looks like the players are taking a little break. And Charlotte seems to have gone to the restroom. Score is 5-6, so Vinnie should have had that one, but he choked. He choked and scratched the 9-ball. Joseph Lesh says, although the fact that Vin is hanging or beating a champ, that would indicate, that would indicate he should be able to work his way up the ranking pretty nicely. Joseph Lesh, I think you type better in Spanish than English. So, the one-off match is not going to make a difference so much. And Dan is not shooting very well right now. So, I wouldn't quite agree. I think Vinnie is not playing at the level to really put pressure on a high-level player at the moment. He's playing really well. But both players doing a couple of oofs here. But yeah, you should, if he's interested, if Vinny's interested and can make it out here, he can definitely try to work his way up, and I'm sure he'll get pretty high on that list. He may even be able to challenge the champ. But right now, I wouldn't take Dan's performance as indicative of his usual level of play. Dan is playing far worse than he typically does.
Joe Lesh says he should be able to work his way up quickly. I don't know about that one. We got a bunch of tough shots.
He said a lot of things. Like he said that would indicate he should be able to work his way up. Like it's pretty nice. So I told Joe that he should stick to Spanish. He types it better.
Can't ruin a copy paste.
That's true. Oh, you can. Well, that's an oof by Dan. He's got some distance now.
8-9 combination.
Yeah, he's got to get to the 8 first. Long way to go.
And smart.
Not so smart.
Well, right idea, bad execution.
Right. Now, Vinnie Lesh should be able to do some damage here. Has to avoid the sound ball. Gets a friendly kiss off of it. Now, this is the kind of shot I'd love to play a drag shot on, but I don't know. How is Vinnie going to play this? Just stun out?
I'll play this regular center.
Yeah. But he
Vinnie
steers. A lot of body English.
Yeah, heavy steer.
Vinnie doing the mambo. So Dan Charlo gets another chance. What does Dan's shirt say? Go big or go home? Is that what it says?
Dan
is
with a surprising
oofing.
miss.
A lot of oofs from Dan. So our champ definitely not playing at champ level today. But Vinnie is doing a good job of capitalizing. And
another big steer though.
Yeah, is he just not lining up right?
Wonder what's going on.
Vinnie just seems to maybe not be walking into the shot line correctly, which is indicated by his steering of the cue with his body. But is he going to play for the 8-9 combo? No, he's playing for 8. He's going to snooker himself.
Wow, what a roll. That's unfortunate.
He tried to play on the short side of the 8 to play it up table to the top right corner pocket, but now Vinnie Lesh, Vinnie Socks.
I mean, it was the right shot.
Yeah,
you know?
Just maybe slightly poor execution. A small amount of bad luck too. But is he making the... Oh my. Almost nails it, but Dan and distance don't seem to be going too well together. So Swifty Charlo really needs to tighten up here and make these crucial pots if he wants to equalize the score.
Can he clutch it?
Can Swifty Charlo clutch? Nope, he cannot. And he...
Safe-ish?
Safe-ish. And Vinnie will have to stretch across the table if he wants to try to cut it, which is not easy.
Heavy inside to get the cue ball back to the left long rail and back out towards the right for the 9.
A real first shot here. But no, he just plays it safe. Leaving a bank on for Dan, but the bank is only available to the bottom right corner pocket. I don't think the bank to
looks double kissable into the side.
It looks double kissable into the side. So the bottom right pocket does bank, but Dan may just go for safety. Let's look at the overhead. Yeah, there's definitely a double kiss on to the middle pocket. But he could prove us wrong. I'm not a fan of how diamond tables bank. I feel like with Brunswicks you can steer banks a lot more. Like on this kind of a shot you could play with top left and steer the angle in and avoid the double kiss on a Brunswick table. But with diamond rails, the double kisses are pretty unfriendly. The rails are either just too reactive or just too sharp. You know? Compression is low.
I don't know much about what you're talking about.
Yeah.
What did Dan leave, Vinny? Nothing much.
Not much. Dan, another phone call for Mike.
Yep.
Do you have another phone at the bar?
Yep. I should move this away.
Yeah. Jay Dwyer says his body English is part of his normal stroke. So this is a crucial shot for Vinny, where he leaves the cue ball and the 8 ball. Michael Nguyen going to get rid of the evidence or the ringing phone.
Vinny.
Michael Lynn is back. Vinnie with quite a crucial shot here. What he leaves will determine if he has a chance in this frame or not.
Yeah, Vinnie leaves Dan with a good shot on the 8 into the left corner pocket, and shout out to Paul's girl.
Thank you, Mike. So Dan with a long shot on the 8-ball, but oh
What
my.
is that?
Is he making it on the way back? No. Dan Sharlow.
Safe. Next level
This is
safe.
bankable, though. This is not a double kiss bank.
Next level safety shot.
This should have no problem banking to the
Either pocket.
side pocket, yeah, or the corner pocket. But
Side's better.
side is better.
Yeah.
The side is a bigger pocket. And I know Sean says that the pockets are all the same size, but based on the angle you go with them, they are not.
Damn, that's deep.
And Vinnie seems to have it perfect.
Nice shot.
Beautiful shot by Vinnie.
Great shot.
It looks like the score can be 7-5 very soon. But Vinnie might have to bring out the bridge here. No, he's just stretching. And 7-5 it is.
Yeah, really well done to Vinnie Lesh here. Let's take a look at that really nice bank shot to take the win. Damn, that's deep.
And Vinnie seems to have it perfect.
Nice shot.
Beautiful shot by Vinnie. Yeah, what I was talking about diamond rails and banks is on certain other rails like Brunswick's, I find you can manipulate the bank angles easier than with diamonds. The way you do that is if you use outside English, you can gear the bank out. A combination of outside or bottom gears it out, and a combination of top and right or inside gears it in. But on diamond tables, it's harder to do, at least in my experience.
Joe Lesh in the live chat wants to know if a ball gets pocketed unintentionally, do the players keep shooting? And the answer is yes, they do.
In 9-ball, they do. However, if you play a game called 10-ball, which is exactly the same as 9-ball with the extra 10-ball, then you have to call your shots. You have to call your ball in your pocket. Then it would be your opponent's choice whether they shoot or you shoot again.
But yeah, in this game, any ball that drops, the player keeps shooting.
The only stipulation is that you have to make contact with the lowest ball first. After that, any legal hit or any ball that goes in, you keep shooting. If you make the 9-ball, even by fluke, you win. So flukes in 9-ball are fairly common. Vinnie Lesh with a good cut there. Is his pace good, though? Is he going to get snookered? He is.
He's stuck behind the 8-ball.
Vinnie will have to kick at it. He could kick at it from the... no, I don't think he could kick at it from the right long rail, so he'll have to kick at it from the left long rail. You think so?
Yeah.
Pretty glancing, oblique kick if he's doing it.
No,
has to use a good amount of right side to bend it out.
Very doable.
All right. Well, Asian Shaw seems to think it is, and yeah, I would agree with it. So he does manage to get the kick, and the 2-ball is cuttable, I think.
Yeah, tough shot. Yeah, it's tough to even say if the 2-ball goes into that right corner pocket. Shout out to Paul's girl. But in reality, this isn't even a shot you typically want to go for.
All right, Mike. The commentary box is a very small area. Very hard to get privacy in here.
Yeah, like I said.
I apologize to anyone who's affected by that.
Yeah, Dan chooses to play safe, which he should have. But he doesn't quite get there. Shout out to Paul's girl.
Thank you, Mike. Very kind of you. So Joseph Lash says, do you guys play slop? What do you mean by that?
Slop is 9-ball. Yeah, we play slop.
Yes, 9-ball, you don't have to call. Yes. That's what he meant, and yes. In 9-ball, slop is part of the game. And Charlotte doing some plyometric stretches of his own. Will they be enough for him to jump this too?
Is that what it was for?
I think so.
The jump?
Joseph Lesh says, ha ha ha, love the freaking callbacks to earlier jokes. Well, sadly, an elephant never forgets.
You're an elephant?
Guess so. You know that elephants, there's an Indian elephant and there's an African elephant, right?
Are Indian elephants brown?
No, they're gray. They're gray. African elephants, I don't know, are they the same color?
You're brown.
I'm brown. That's true. Even if I don't sound like it, I am brown. I'm very brown. As brown as Rhodes.
Hey!
Oh, that's a slop shot for you.
Slop shot for the win.
Andrew Mysek says, love to see it. But in India, actually, elephants are very big in culture. They are part of a lot of religious festivities, and they're at temples quite often.
Don't they ride them for weddings?
Yeah, they do ride them for weddings.
That's actually pretty cool.
I've been on an elephant ride.
You have?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
In India?
Yeah, they're very clever, docile creatures. They're very smart. But, sometimes elephants can go crazy in India. They can go on a rampage if they've been mistreated or, just overstimulated or something. And
Dan Charlo, sorry to interrupt, with sweet setup shot on the 5-ball with the correct angle and everything. Well done.
Yeah. Well, there have been cases when elephants have gone on rampages and killed a lot of people, too, so.
Damn.
They're gentle giants until you rub them off the wrong way.
Don't piss off an elephant.
And they don't forget. So if you piss them off, they will remember.
Aren't they like top 3 most intelligent animals or
dolphins
something?
And, yeah, probably. Well, according to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the mice are the number 1.
Mice?
Mm-hmm.
Man, mice are dumb as hell.
They want you to think that.
They played me well.
They play you well. If you haven't read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, a great recommendation. It's one of my favorites. All right, so back to the match. Sox will be worth $10 million after this match. And Trace Berta, a new comment from a new entrant in the chat, says, yo, 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 Vinny.
Yo, Trace Berta showing up in the live chat for Vinnie Lesh.
Are you another one of Vinny's Colombian fans?
Sounds like it.
Yo, yo, yo. All right, so Dan Charlo on the 8-ball. Go big or go home. Which one will it be tonight, Dan Charlo?
Could be both.
What's playing? What music is playing in the background?
I don't know.
Very dramatic. It's like Celine Dion or something.
I still hear it.
Yeah, it's coming from the camera's mic.
Yep. To make it 6-7.
Can he do it? Swifty Charlo. 9-ball.
He sinks it.
And Charlo's hanging in there,
He is.
In spite of
Considering he was just 5-0.
a lot of mega oofs, but he's coming back. So Vinny will have to tighten this game if he wants to keep
a lead.
Charlo at bay.
And regardless of who wins this, we will not be having them play another set. We're closing at 11 p.m. tonight.
More rest, yes. Finally get to get some sleep. Man, it's been a long day. How's yours been?
Great.
Sweet.
Learned a lot in
you
jiu-jitsu.
you never told us about your MMA experience today. Your
well, let me think.
tryst with
My
sweaty
tryst.
men. Did you feel thick thighs in your face as
I
usual?
did.
All right, what else did you? Tell us about it. You never really told us about it.
All right, let me think.
You still got to think, man.
I gotta think.
I thought this would be like
Because
on your mind,
it-
permanently
it's-
embedded.
It's hard for me to describe the techniques. Like,
Okay.
if you tackled me, I could show you.
I will pass.
You can tackle me, and then I'll show you, and then you can tell them what I did.
No, thank you.
All right.
I think you'll have no shortage of finding thick thighs and hairy legs for you to play with. I will stay out of it.
Man, yours are the hairiest.
They're not.
Dan Charlo with quite the lucky leave. Vinny may be able to just see the edge of that 1-ball. Shout out to Paul's girl.
You should be scared, Mike.
Why should I be scared? What's going on?
She might be good at amputations.
That's okay. Tell her to cut it out. All right, so what did I work on today?
Yeah.
Let's see. So I worked on if someone's got top mount on you.
What the hell?
You know top mount?
Sounds like something else.
Paul's unfamiliar with top mount, so let me explain to you guys what top mount is.
Okay.
It's when you're on the lane face up on the ground and a guy's sitting on your chest.
Oh.
All right. He's trying to beat you up. So you find a way to make him lose his balance while he's on top.
Okay.
And you do that by
Use your knees?
you use your knees. You basically knee him
In the back?
in the butt
In the butt.
because he's kind of like he's on top of you, and then you push up with your hands, and with both of those combined, and a sick
Look
shot.
at that shot.
Sick shot by Vinnie Lesh.
Beautiful long bank.
Damn it,
Cross
Vinnie.
bank.
Interrupting my MMA story.
That's what everyone's here to watch, right?
Yeah.
That was a sick
Yeah, really great shot
cross
there.
bank off the one, but the two is not really playable.
Anyways, you make them lose balance, and then when they lose balance, you reposition yourself to where
You're on top.
there's a step in between that.
Okay.
You get hooks in them in a certain way after they lose balance, and then you flip them over.
Did you get hurt today, or you okay? No more.
Yeah, I got hurt today.
What kind of injuries are you getting from this?
I got light bruises on my forearms here.
I see them.
There's
Damn.
something here.
You've been really taking some beatings, huh?
I don't know if you can tell, but my
Yeah.
forearms here, they've been rubbed a lot.
Yeah.
They
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
look like spotty or red.
Right.
A lot of friction. You don't
From
know
the mat, or
Well, you don't know anything about friction, Paul, but it's from skin on skin.
okay.
Okay. And then I got bruises all over my chest. Yeah.
Damn. We have one of the forgotten siblings of Vinnie Lesh, Tucker Lesh. Says, "Are we watching pool or wizardry?" So there were apparently 3 siblings of Vinnie who were unaccounted for. Now there's only 2.
That's too many.
It's too many. So Tucker Lesh. What a kick shot by Vinnie Lesh.
Great kick.
Beautiful. Well done. Well done to Vinnie. That was a good 2-railer kick. Just about perfect because he hit that 2 full and square. Now, Dan doesn't have any pressure here. He can play a equally good safe right back, trying to get the cue ball to where that 3 and 5 are would be a great target. Behind the 3 and 5 is what to go for. And,
Is this perfect?
Just about. Yeah, he's
Close.
quite good.
Yeah, this is good.
Still, there's a kick along the right long rail.
Yeah.
So contact on the 2 is not difficult.
Vinny should be able to make contact, no problem.
Ideally, if he had locked up behind that 3 and 5 with a bit more pace, it would have been a very difficult escape, especially if it was behind the 5. But Vinny escapes out of the safety. Cue ball going.
Cue ball. He's good.
Vinny gets fortunate with not scratching there.
Another thing we worked on today was passing guard, just different ways to do it, which is when a guy's got his legs wrapped around you.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't know anything about that.
I don't. I really don't.
And then you're kind of stuck, and then you have to find a way to basically undo the legs and then pass to the side.
Okay, and why would a guy wrap his legs around you to begin with? What purpose
Because
does that serve?
when you take someone down or something,
Yeah, you don't want them to move.
well, you don't want the top guy to move. You kind of want to like stabilize, like
so
for the very newbie positions, you
Right.
want to stabilize when you're on the bottom.
And what part of you do they have their legs around?
Your back, and then they're also hugging you at the same time, so you
Okay.
can't move.
Okay, so you're kind of locked.
Yeah, and you want to try to get out of that and develop
And
your
then
own
do
position.
they punch you in the face? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or do they wear gloves or what is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any kind of face shield or
No.
nothing? So you're getting some good brain damage from all of this.
Yeah, but my brain has already peaked.
So it's all downhill from now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's all good.
Yep. So Mike's brain cells are on a downward trajectory. If this explains a lot. Mike?
What?
Thank you for this context. It really sheds a lot of light a lot of things, so
Oh my gosh.
good to know. I must be a little more kinder to you.
I've always wanted to get one of those handicap stickers for the McLaren.
Oh, yeah. So Mike got yelled at. He parked in my apartment in a handicap spot on Monday. You want to tell them about that?
Yeah, then this man-woman walked out and told me I needed to move, and then the man-woman said that it was a rental.
Yeah.
Can't believe the guts on this one.
But they were really mad at you.
Dan's looking pretty good this rack.
Dan, yeah, the 3
Can he
ball.
tie
Let's
it
look
up?
at that.
7-7. It's going. He's got to roll this cue ball forward for a shot on the 4.
He screws back, but he does so with
Great.
really good control. But it's a steeper angle than
A
ideal.
little sharp. Maybe bumping into the 9 is good.
I
Tough
think
to
the
say.
safer thing is to go all the way up and down.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't see that.
You don't see that? Or go bend it
I
out
don't
with bottom
see
left. Okay, he just bends it out with bottom left.
Yeah.
Now has distance. Dan taking a deep breath. He's still trailing by a game, right? 6-7.
Yes, he is.
Rick Hovey says, let me join the commentary on Discord. Is that something you can do?
We can do it.
How?
Viet set it up for us.
Oh, really?
Parker Canarvis.
That movement is crazy. Well, it was not very clear. Let's put it that way.
What's up, Parker? About time we got.
So Mike, with your lack of brain cells now and your consistently occurring brain damage, can you get a handicap pass for your car, and therefore rightfully park in handicap?
Maybe.
spots?
I think I can sell it.
Sell what? Oh yeah, you can sell it. Just go look at them. Don't say anything. Just let them take a good look at your face, and I think it'll be sold. That way you can park in the spot right in front here too, and not get called out by the special police or whatever they are.
Special police.
Yeah. There you go. Just do that.
We've got.
I wholeheartedly support this accommodation. I think you deserve it.
Nina Lesh in the live chat does not know who Tucker Lesh is.
Yeah, they definitely are related.
We got an imposter.
Imposter Leash. The Leash family coming out in full force today. We don't know who's real and who's leashed and who's unleashed.
Who is leashed and who is unleashed, guys? The world may never know.
A long lost relative.
Parker Canarvis is dying right now.
What's killing you, Parker?
Hopefully not the man-woman. What?
Nothing. Man, woman. I've heard that one before. Ooh, what a shot by Vinnie Lesh.
No reward.
No reward, but do you think Vinny is going to play a kick here? No, he's not. He's not. Christian Binz, another new fan, says, wow, Sox has such a good stroke.
Good steer. He's got a good steer.
He's got a good steer, too.
Good body
but
English.
Where are all of these fans of Vinnie Lesh coming from? From Cambodia,
I don't
Colombia, Mexico, New Mexico?
Christian Binz. Let's look
Binz.
up Binz origin.
Binz.
Binz.
Binz reminds me of Harry Potter, a character. Professor Binz.
Christian's from Hogwarts?
No, not Christian. Binz. Professor Binz was a ghost who taught a magical history or something. All right, I'm revealing my nerd. Parker Canarvis.
England.
Binz, sounds right.
Yorkshire.
Okay. Yorkshire, like Yorkshire pudding.
Parker
Oof.
Canarvis in the live chat says we're going to get canceled.
Well,
That's okay.
It would have happened long ago.
I only make $2 a month anyways.
Yeah. Well, the stream is picking up, Mike. You're getting a lot of viewers, so it could become a reality.
Yeah, I thought you had that all day.
Dan Charlo says he thought Vinny had that shot all day. Doesn't get it. Dan with the chance to tie it up.
And Dan Charlo here. Vinny with the miss. Was that a tough shot he missed on the fly? I wasn't paying attention.
It was a bank.
Oh, okay.
Dan looking to tie it up. Perfect.
Yeah, I'd say perfect.
Perfect.
Soft screw?
Medium screw.
Okay. I'd just do a soft screw here and take the bigger angle, but
Medium.
you don't want to overscrew it because then you'll end up in no man's land.
Medium.
All right, medium screw. That's a soft screw.
That's a medium screw.
The distance, come on, Mike.
That was a medium
That was
screw.
not a very efficient stroke, but it was a soft screw. I was more stunned than anything.
All right, chat. Was it soft or medium? Let us know.
Parker Canarvis says, I'm encouraging it's fine. What we know about screwing.
Parker, was that a soft or medium?
I would say that was like a stun
Nah,
more than a screw.
soft or medium.
Well, he hit it medium, but he didn't get a lot of action.
Dan Charlo makes it 7-7.
Parker says soft. Take that, Mike. Take that, Mike.
Man, you two can just be soft together. How about that? You and Paul just be soft together.
I'll take it. I'll take it. Parker says tender screw.
And Paul Jacobs spits on me when he says tender.
I'm sorry, Mike. Le Babu says Dan the Equalizer. And Jeff Terzo shows up in chat.
Who's Jeff Terzo?
I remember him.
Jeff Terzo.
He says jab screw. Parker says always soft. Always soft, Parker.
Parker is the softest.
Parker looks very soft. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Parker sends a nice big red heart in the chat for us. Thank you, Parker.
That's weird, Parker.
It's not weird. It's very endearing. Oh, we have our tournament director, Christine Strong, in the chat with a "That's what she said." Always soft.
Christine Strong agrees Parker Canarvis is soft.
All right. Hey, Christine, how's it going? Good to see you.
Yeah, shout out to Christine Strong. She's going to be running a whole bunch of things over here at Billiard Breakdown. We've got Friday night tournaments every week hosted by Christine Strong.
Any chance those will come to the 9-foots?
No.
Damn it.
We've also got Sunday tournaments.
Ooh.
Sunday tournaments.
We need to expand the Fargo limit on those. The 525 Fargo is too low.
You heard that here first, Christine. And then Christine also is going to be running our in-house Billiard Breakdown League that's going to be starting June 3rd, Tuesday.
Heck yeah.
I believe we have all the teams we need
Did
to
you
get the league
fill
going.
everything up?
I believe so.
Okay.
If not, we've got 7.5.
And just shout out to my teammates, Justin Nilsson and Ron Kazanzio.
And shout out to Parker Canarvis, who is playing on a team with Bob Hendrix and Mike Span.
And who are your teammates, Mike?
My teammate is Chinese Sean Zhang
Chinese Sean Zhang.
and
Daddy Fish.
Edward LeBron.
Edward the Drifter.
Yep.
Drifting LeBron. Parker says, I'm here for the commentary. Fool the match. Oh, fook the match. Sounds very Irish, Parker.
Parker McGregor. in
Parker
the live chat.
McGregor. Parker, are you Irish? You look Irish.
Even if he isn't, he may identify as one.
I guess so. Score is 7-7. Okay, well, this is like... how is Dan equal here? It was 5-0 and...
Man, Vinnie Lesh unable to make progress
Right.
in the
We need to
mid-game.
slow down a bit. Parker Canarvis says, did this man ask if I'm Irish? Yes, I did. What is your answer, Parker?
I think Parker just misgendered you.
Oh, I see. You seem very sure. Well, he did send me a tender heart and a couple of... He said, of course I am. Okay, Parker Canarvis is definitely Parker McGregor's long-lost cousin. Or Conor McGregor's cousin. Joseph Lesh says, leashed and unleashed. Haha, that was nice.
Joe, this was half an hour ago.
This, Joseph Leash is on a bit of a delay here. His internet connection has a bit of lag. Like half an hour. Parker Canarvis says, look at me.
Dan Charlo chokes on an easy 4-ball.
Joseph Lesh says, I fell behind on touch app. I've been watching for 3.5 hours. I'm up to speed now. So, Joseph Lesh, tell us about this Tucker Lesh character. Is he an imposter or is he the real deal? Is he biologically related to you? Or is that in question?
Vinny with a nice shot on the 4 ball with good position on the 5.
All right.
He's got to pass by the 8 ball to get
Ooh.
back around for the 6.
And avoid the 7 ball. If he does pass by the 8, he could go into the 7.
Nah, if he passes the 8, he'll be good.
I think he'll be good.
Yeah.
So passing the 8 just with wouldn't you hit this with bottom left here?
Top left.
Top left.
You.
Okay, I guess the line you're seeing. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But he missed the ball, which
Asian Shaw.
That's right. Nina Lesh says he's probably watching from the hospital. What happened to Tucker Lesh, and why is he in the hospital?
Or are we talking about Joe Lesh?
Yeah. Please clarify. There's too many leashes here.
Yeah.
Gotta put them all on a leash.
That's right. No pun intended.
That's right. We don't pun here.
Just straight facts.
No, Joey, I meant. Okay, Joseph.
Yeah.
Joey. Joey is what he goes by. Joey Leash. It's a whole family reunion in here. Christine Strong, with a great idea, says maybe I run a big table tourney on Saturdays, Mike?
Yeah, go ahead. Just got to do it earlier before
yeah.
the regular Saturday
I'm down.
Gen Pop comes in.
And Christine, please make the Fargo limit like a little higher. 525 is too low.
Christine, actually, Christine Strong, also one of our bartenders here.
Oh yeah,
at
she's
Billiard
one of the
Breakdown.
newest employees at Billiard Breakdown. So
Come check her out on Tuesdays, as well as all the Sundays where we are not hosting a tournament.
what was that? Okay. So who's working on Sundays when Christine does?
Sean Kelly.
Sean Kelly. He isn't retired yet.
He is retired. He does this for fun,
All right.
and I appreciate the help.
Awesome. Christine says, because you have 526. No, I'm a 534 now. And I have a feeling that may not stay long.
Vinny Sox with a good shot on the 5, but no position on the 6.
Joey Lesh says, I'm saving lives and watching billiards at the same time. Nice.
That's cool, man.
Which hospital? Well, I'm guessing Joey's in Buffalo, right?
My wife's a nurse.
Yeah.
Oh, man. My wife told me a crazy story the
What
other
did she
night.
say?
Crazy story.
And she works at Strong, right?
Yep.
Roland works at Strong.
All right. I'll tell this crazy story. It's nothing personal. It's just crazy.
Roland, Mike's wife, is an ICU nurse at Strong Memorial Hospital. Yeah.
Highly decorated.
Highly decorated nurse. She wears a lot of decorations.
All right. So this woman, older woman, like 80.
Okay.
She's passing away.
Okay.
Or no, she's on the ventilator, and
I see you, right? Yeah.
she's got no family that keeps in touch with her, so she's on her own. And then she's got a caretaker who is what's the phrase when they can make the decisions for you?
Like your proof of attorney. No,
Power of attorney.
Power of attorney. Yeah.
Power of attorney. So the caretaker says unhook it, let her pass.
Right. Pull the
And
plug. Right.
but the caretaker doesn't stick around,
Okay.
and Roland doesn't want her to pass alone.
Right.
So she holds.
And she was
her-
critical, basically.
Yeah.
She
holds her
determined.
hand,
Okay.
the old woman's hand,
Yeah.
and sticks with her
Okay.
while she's passing.
Yeah.
Dude,
Does that happen pretty often with Roland? When she does
I don't
work in
think so.
ICU?
No, first time
Yeah.
for this specific thing.
That's crazy.
And she's holding the hand, and the woman's about to pass. Dude, she opens her eyes
Okay.
right when she's about to pass and just looks right at Roland.
Damn.
And she's been unconscious the entire time, forever.
And she wasn't expected to regain
Nope,
consciousness?
none. Opens her eyes, looks at Roland like that,
Yeah.
and then kind of just stays that way.
Okay.
And then my wife thinks she's passed, right?
Right.
So she checks,
The vitals?
yep, the heartbeat and stuff. And the woman goes like this.
Oh, she
Yeah.
wakes up.
Yeah, like she takes.
Was she in a coma or something?
I don't know. She takes
Yeah.
a deep breath and basically jumps up a little
Okay.
at my wife.
Yeah.
While she's checking the vitals, scares the shit out of her,
Yeah.
and then passes.
Wow.
Dude, that's nuts.
That's crazy. How's Roland doing?
Great.
He's okay?
I mean, she's gonna remember this forever,
Right.
and you know,
It's crazy.
that's
Being
nuts.
the last face someone sees, huh?
Yeah.
And
That's insane, isn't it?
that is pretty insane, yeah.
Like just holding the hand
Yeah.
and then the eyes like opening up at you while they're.
Well, I think human connection is a powerful thing, and
Dude, that's crazy.
that is quite crazy.
Oof.
Is Roland unnerved by it, or is she doing okay? She's fine.
Well, she's stronger than I would be
Right.
in
Well,
situations like this.
It is a profession.
It is, but you know, it takes a certain type of person to be able to tolerate
Right.
and choose the profession.
That's true.
I ain't choosing the profession,
Yeah, that's a
you
tough
know?
one for sure. Yeah.
So kudos to my wife for being
Kudos
a
to
strong
Roland Chen.
person
Absolutely.
and a highly accomplished nurse as well for the short time she's been in the industry.
How long has she been a nurse?
I don't even know. Maybe 4 years,
Okay.
5 years, I don't know.
Yeah.
But either way, she's
Yeah,
done a lot.
Roland seems like she'd be a good nurse.
She's gotten promoted like 3 or 4 times
Damn.
since she started,
Very nice.
which is no time at all.
Yeah. Ooh, there's a foul by Dan Charlo there. Now, catching up on chat, Joey Lesh is apparently a doctor in NC. What does NC mean? Joey is Vinny's brother. Disowned or not, I'm not sure. Parker, the Irishman, Canarvis says, Sean the Goat Kelly. And Tucker Lesh says, viewing from Sicily. God. Sicily, Italy. No relation to Joey. Yeah, right, Tucker. No, I don't trust any of the leashes here.
Yeah, I mean, all the leashes here are...
Nina Leash says, healthcare proxy. Joey Leash says, shout out to nurses, they're the best. Okay, that's for Roland. Oh, North Carolina, okay. Christine Strong says, North Carolina, NC. So the Leash family is quite spread out between Sicily and North Carolina. And
Honestly, I think they're all bots.
yeah, they could be. You know, there's a very body energy in this Leash family.
Nina, Joseph, Tucker. Who comes up with these names anyways?
It's like AI-generated names.
Yeah.
But it's Vinnie Lesh who chokes here.
Yeah. ChatGPT, help me generate 3 names for a family.
North Carolina, NC. Okay, I was thinking of something else. Gagak says North Carolina, Columbia. That was a good comment, Mike.
Gagak.
Gagak.
Yo, Gagak is actually a secret troll.
Oh, he's not a secret troll at all. He's a very blatant,
well-known troll.
Yeah, he's not hiding it. There's nothing subtle about Gagak.
Dan Charlo, perfect on the 9-ball to get on the hill first after being down 5-0.
Don't tell me Dan is going to steal this away from...
and he's going lefty.
He don't care. Lefty don't care. Throws his hands up in the air. And
he sinks it.
Wow, Dan is really going to try to steal this from Vinny after Vinny was up 5-0.
Dan Charlo is on the hill after being down 0-5, and now he's on the hill 8-7. Unbelievable comeback.
Joey Lesh says, didn't even think he was still on the chat. I think he's referring to Gagakman.
No, I think he's referring to Tucker.
Tucker? But Tucker is... I don't see Tucker on the chat.
Oh, Tucker wasn't there? Oh,
I don't. Tucker didn't say anything.
Tucker is a bot.
Tucker was there a while ago.
Tucker's a bot.
The Leashes / Leshes really providing tonight's entertainment here. Thank you.
Yeah.
But your boy is down 1, and Dan Charlo's on the hill. So.
Wow, what a comeback!
Yeah.
Insane.
Let's see if Vinnie Lesh is gonna put up a fight here. Oh, what a
cue
break
ball,
by,
cue ball, cue ball, cue ball, cue ball. Sits.
And Gagak wants us Vinny, Columbia. And Ninelli says, we are very much siblings, but no idea who Tucker is. Tucker might actually be a bot, according to Joey. You know, I can't even, I don't even know if I can believe you guys at this point.
Yeah. Everyone's just like...
Because everyone starts by disowning each other.
No, everyone's a bot calling each other a bot.
Sounds very bot-like.
Yep.
It's botception here.
Bot inside
we
a bot.
need proof of life. You need to all pass the Turing test.
Cash at me $1 just to confirm.
Okay, Mike, what's your cash app? Put it in.
Cash out $1 to confirm you're not a bot.
Like Lynn.
Dan Charlo
hops.
He does a bunny hop.
That's very swifty of him. Swifty Charlo with the Taylor Swift dance moves. Swifty Charlo sometimes channels his inner Victoria's Secret bunny. Or, no, it's Playboy bunny, right? Never mind. I don't know my...
What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, bunnies refer to some kind of models, right?
Playboy.
Yeah, that's right. Parker, the Irishman Canarvis, a.k.a. McGregor, says, Dan Swifty Charlo is wild.
Good contact by Dan. Doesn't leave Vinny with much.
That's right. Dan Charlo, champ of Rochester, hanging in there. Not playing his best, but he's up. He's on the hill.
Watch out for the 5-9 combination. We could get an early rack here.
Well, would we see another hill game in this?
2 hills back to
That's
back.
crazy.
It's crazy.
That is crazy. And he gets a really good... No, it's not quite... Is it a safe?
No.
Yeah, it's not a safe. Cut is available, but...
Back shot.
Back shot into the left side pocket. Joey Lesh says, next time you'll need that sign-on where you have to select the images only with the traffic lights. Weed out these spots.
I don't think you'll be able to pass it, Joe. Sorry, man.
Yeah, Joey. Ooh. Dan Charlo.
Cue ball.
Cue ball is not bad. It's good because he's
actually
hampered.
Good. Yep.
Vinnie Lesh is hampered by the 9 ball, so shooting at the 4 is not easy. And Tucker Lesh is back in the chat.
Wow, Tucker Lesh.
Comes out of the woodwork. The bots are in full force today. Tucker Lesh, are you a human being or are you a bot?
Definitely a bot.
And Tucker Lesh says, sounds like something a bot would say.
This is called bot gaslighting.
Oh, we have someone new in the chat. We've got Ro in the chat. Rohit Agrawal, my other Indian friend.
Yo, we got 2 Indians.
We got 2 Indians.
We got 2 Indians up in here.
We got 2 Indians. What does Ro say?
You guys are funny tonight on the commentary. Must be good scotch. I'm the only one drinking, bro.
Yeah, I'm not drinking, man. Ro, I'm never drinking again.
I've
given up alcohol for good.
I was drinking with Paul on Memorial Day, and
we were barbecuing. Yep.
And he was barfing.
I did. I mixed a scotch and what was it? Mimosa vodka and White Claws. Not a good combination. And Ro says 2 engines make a turbojet.
Is that the end of the story?
What is the end of the story? What story are you talking
about?
Oh,
engines.
Engines. 2 engines make a turbojet.
Engines. Oh, that's good. That's good.
It's okay.
Very
creative.
Very clever.
Ro is showing us the IQ, the brown man IQ. And I can say this because I myself am one.
You could call Ro an architect with words.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
you know that's his profession?
I know.
Okay, that's okay.
Ro is an architect.
Architect with words. As far as building things go, don't know about that.
Why did London Bridge fall down?
Because Ro built it.
Probably. I don't know. He might actually be a good architect. I have no idea. So, Ro Agrawal. When are you playing next, Ro? Who are you playing next? I think, who's going to challenge him? Jake Jackson?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe Jake. No, Jake actually asked for Kirk Foley, but he's going to be out of town.
Right, Kirk is moving out, so... Right, Ro corrects us here. Mike, very elementary of you. Architects don't build, we design only.
I mean, that's incredible insight by Ro, and shout out to Paul's girl.
Eric Downer says, what is Dan's fight song? Probably Fight Song by Taylor Swift. That's the song, right?
Oh, is that a song?
I think so. I don't know if that's what it's called, but she does have a fight song.
No, is that Kelly Clarkson?
Is it? I don't know, man. They all look the same.
Yeah, they're both blonde.
Yeah. They all sound the same. And Le Babu says, welcome to New York. Ro says, Dan's fight song is TMCA. What's that?
Well, he retracts the message, but we already
maybe
read
YMCA.
it.
Did he just do a typo?
Well, he retracts it, but now it's awkward because we already read it, Ro.
We already read it. TMCA, I've never... he just did a typo. Dan's fight song is YMCA. Ro.
Lame.
Ro, come on, man.
Yeah, we heard you the first time.
Ro choosing to repeat himself. We aren't blind, Ro. Only Mike is. Oh, sometimes.
Narrow eyes doesn't mean blindness.
I would think otherwise. Pretty narrow, Mike.
Not as narrow as Sean Zhang's.
Oh, that's true. Rutro says, I am sipping some bomb tequila tonight. Good kick by Vinny.
Between the 6 and the 7?
No. I don't think between the 6 and... Does it go? Let's look at the overhead.
No, he's going
might
to have
be
to
able
kick short
masse.
rail. No, kick short rails for
Short
sure.
rail, yep. No masse available, so... all right, Gagak one with more, what is it, Colombian Spanish here.
Let me read it. Si la torre de Londres fuera construido por Vinny no se hubiera caído cocaine.
And our bot, Joseph Ordobody, says, Ro is giving strong algorithmic energy. Gagak says, El Puente. What does El Puente mean?
I don't know.
And
I'm tired of this.
Joey's our translator, Spanish.
All right, 5-9 combination or direct shot?
5-9 combination. Especially since he's on the hill. He's going for the 5-9.
Yep, he's going for the 5-9.
And Ro saying, I'm going to start speaking in Hindi to mess with the algos. Go ahead, Ro.
I can count to 10 in Hindi, Ro.
And he can, and he's showed off this ability before. But go ahead for people who need proof. Count to 10 in Hindi.
He makes it.
And guys, it's going to the hill again. 8-8. This will be the last frame. We're not going to have a third set. So that's it. This is going to be the last frame, and we're going to end with this. So, wow, a second hill game? That's crazy.
Yeah, great shot by Vinny.
It almost hung. And if it had hung, I'm sure Dan would have found a way to pot it. So, Vinnie Lesh, hill. Now, the last, how long has it been? Like almost 4 hours, right? 3 hours and 45 minutes. All come down to this one now.
Let's take a look at that combination shot one more time.
And Parker, no, there will not be a third. Count to 10 in Hindi.
He makes it.
And guys, it's going to the hill again.
Yeah, great shot.
Yeah. Rose says McDonald's Happy Meal combo. What does that mean? What are you talking about, Ro? Rose says nice shot. Parker wants a third, but it's not going to happen. Joey says, translation, if the London Bridge was built by Vinny, it wouldn't have fallen. Oh my god.
Well, Vinny fell in the first set.
That's right.
So you never know.
Hill. Let's look at our poll for the second set. We have 34 votes. That's quite a lot of votes. Vinny Sox Leash with 68% favor. Swifty Charlo, the champ, with the rest of them. 32. Wow. We've got Buffalo tuning in. We've got Rochester tuning in. And we've got
Columbia
tuning in. We got some bots from who knows where. The Leashes.
Yeah.
You don't know if they're real or not.
Still don't think they're real.
Yeah. Ro says the combination shot is a Happy Meal combo.
I
And
don't get it.
Joey Leash says, geez, you can't ask for a better series than this. Love it. All right. 3 ball. Is he going to make another clutch bank shot like he did before on the 1? Is he going to cut it? Or 9? Oh my. Uh-oh. Rut-row. Could it be all over after a tremendous stroke of bad fortune?
Just like
Vinnie
this
Lesh?
would be insane.
That would be crazy.
Just
If it's going to end like this, that's the worst possible luck.
Wow.
For Vinnie Lesh.
Let's take a look at the overhead.
Yeah, it goes.
Yeah,
it goes.
It's doable.
The 9's going.
It's doable.
Dan Sharlow could end it all with this early 9 here. 3-9 combination. And he chokes.
No, did he even go for it? I don't even know.
He didn't look like he went for it, right? Yeah, that was nowhere close.
Did he go for it?
Or did Dan have some honor and decide, I will not win like this?
I don't know what that was.
But that wasn't safe either. But the 4 is now tied up.
Yeah, but
well, it didn't end on that note, which I'm happy about because no one should end that way.
But what was the point of the shot?
He was trying to get a safe? I don't know. What was Dan doing? McDonald's combo time hee-yaw from Ro. Le Bavu with a gaping mouth. What? What's so funny about that?
Le Bavu with a gaping mouth. It's hilarious.
Joseph Ordobody says, Vinny's got the precision of a surgeon and the confidence of a king.
Yo, Joseph is so botted right now.
Eric Downer says, spot, shoot, shots, shootout if it ties. That's, well, closing in, what, 13 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Nino Lee says...
Dude, if Vinny wins this rack,
yeah.
Should we do a spot shot?
Ask them. It's up to them.
Dude, that would be insane.
Yeah,
I'm going to ask them if they want
it,
if they tie.
Eric Downer, yeah, let's see. Matt Fiske says that was...
Matt Fisk,
okay. Says that was anticlimactic. Lebabu laughs.
What's up, Matt?
And Joe Ordobody says, they don't call me Ijo or Tronlani for nothing.
Yeah, they do. They call you that for nothing.
They call you Ordobody.
Absolutely no reason they call you that.
Oh, he has to kick at this for. Joseph Ordobody from Joey. Ro says, if Vinny kick combos this, I will play him next. He kick combos the cue ball in.
Uh-oh.
And
Vinny with quite the chance here.
Yep. Parker, Irishman, Canarvis, McGregor says yes. Okay, so Vinny with a, what is it, 5-ball out to equalize. No, to win this whole set.
Yeah, to win.
And equalize the number of sets.
Yeah, Vinny's got a really great chance here.
You think they'll do a shootout? I don't think so, will they?
I'm going to convince
You can check with them, yeah.
I'm going to say live chat wants a shootout.
Yeah.
See if I can
Let's see if
bait
Vinny
them
can
into
clear this out. Not ideal on the 5, but...
Yeah, this is tough.
Yeah. Parker Canarvis says spot shot, yes. Yeah, and I saw a comment from Nina Lesh saying, didn't know pool could be so exciting. Ooh, where's the cue ball going?
Perfect.
Yep, he narrowly, just about drops a 5, barely.
Vinny looking really good. Position from the 6 to the 7 is, you need a good stroke for it.
He gets up. Is he going to body steer here or no? Vinnie Lesh. He's serious. He's got the game face on.
Yep.
He's got the green sock and the blue sock. Which one will he use here? Just about. Will he get a bump? No. He's going to end up on the rail. We're close to it.
Tough shot here.
This is tough.
What do you go for?
Just
side pocket is easier. Corner gives you the lead.
Corner is the easiest leave. So you play the 7 in the side, right?
I would.
Just play 7 in the side. Let the cue ball come down all the way to the short rail on the bottom, and play with enough pace so it comes back up.
Real high pressure shot here for Vinny.
Yeah, you gotta play this. You have to stroke through. You wanna play for the 9 in the side ideally, because you can't have too much angle on that cut. So this is the key shot. And how clutch is that?
He does it.
What a shot by Vinnie Lesh. That's as clutch as it gets.
He does it.
Don't choke now, Vinny. And he doesn't. It is now 9-8.
Wow.
And Vinnie Lesh wins the second set. Mike is going to go and convince him of a shootout. We'll probably get Vinny in here for a post-match interview as well. I'll probably have Mike do it. But Dan Sharlow packing his stuff. Let's see if Mike can catch him first. Eric Downer says rally socks on inside out. Icy Winter, new entrant into the chat, says great stream, thank you.
Not really.
Joseph Ordobody says Vinny doesn't just play pool, he teaches physics a lesson with every shot. Sounds very Ordobody. Good games. Nino Lesh says let's go. Gagak one says golazo. Cocaine. Joey says took down the champ. Rose says good match, good commentary, well done all, good night. Nino Lesh says he's scared. Alright, wonderful. And Sean Zhang just texted me saying, ask Vinny if he wants to play me next. I will let Vinny know. So I just got a text from Sean Zhang. So Sean, I will relay that to Vinny.
I'd say yeah, whatever. Just put it wherever you want to put it. Yeah.
Okay, I guess Mike is doing something
here. Give me a chance to get back to the.
They are playing. Let me fix the score here. So the number of sets is 1-1. Mike, what's going on?
All right, we got the spot shot shootout going on.
All right.
And Vinny's going to start us off, and the first person to miss, miss after someone else makes it loses.
All right. You're more familiar with the spot shot rules than me, so.
So if Vinny misses and then Dan misses, nothing happens. They just do it again. If Vinny makes it and then Dan misses, Vinny wins. If Vinny misses, Dan makes it, Dan wins.
Sweet. So it is a shootout, the first time on Billiard Breakdown on the live stream.
All right. Vinny misses it.
And the players can decide where they put the 8-ball?
Yeah, they both just agreed to just put it on the left side of the table there.
Okay. All right. So Vinnie Lesh says he's scared. Joey says got to interview Vinny. We will do that for sure.
Yeah, we'll interview both of them.
Okay, cool. You want to do it?
No, you do it.
Lag for first shot. Well, he's a champion. Interview for sure. We'll definitely do an interview. But guess who just texted me, Mike?
Dan Charlo makes the spot shot.
And he wins?
Well done to Dan. And let's get both of these guys in here for an interview.
Awesome.
Let's start off with Vinny, and then we'll move on to Dan.
All right. So Dan is the one that is the winner of this whole match, I guess. He wins in the shootout. So let's get Vinny in here.
Oh, actually, Vinny, quick interview. All the people in the chat want to hear from you, and then Dan after.
All right. Vinnie Lesh is going to be in here. His whole family is here to watch. Just one shot, kind of lame, but that's kind of how shootouts go, Joey. Both hill matches. That was crazy. It was entertaining. Vinny, my man. What a match. Wow, 2 hill sets.
Those were grueling.
Those look grueling. Those are super entertaining. Your entire family's here in the chat. Your fans from Colombia are in the chat.
I was joking with Michael. I said that, like, we're pretty much a small army. So
yeah.
One of my siblings is in there. They're probably all in there.
What a strong finish on that last positional shot to get on the 9 after cutting the 7-ball into the side. That was as clutch as it gets.
I was feeling the pressure. I was like, I can't lose 2 matches hill. But yeah, I don't know. I felt like I was struggling tonight. I mean, I don't think either of us played super well.
No,
I mean, I know Dan's got a way higher gear than that, and I know I have a higher gear. And it was just, I felt like at times like his B game was better than my B game. I don't really feel like our A games were really ever
I don't think either
out.
of you did bring your A game for sure.
It's just, it just seemed like anytime either one of us missed, like we were hooking each other, like we just couldn't get into a gear. There was like no rhythm.
And both of you had a couple of oofs too.
Yeah. I mean, I should have. I probably should have went lefty on that one shot. I used the bridge.
Right. That's the one you scratched.
I'm not
left
super comfortable with the bridge, so I shoot pretty well lefty.
That's really one of the only like easy shots you missed. One of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So but I mean, I'm still glad I came out, and I'm glad we split the sets, and
sweet.
Yeah, hoping to play better.
Important question for you: do you know a person called Tucker Lesh?
Tucker?
Yeah.
He may be like a distant relative. I'm not sure.
Is he a bot or a human being?
No. He's a human being.
Okay.
But
he's not related to you that you know of.
Not.
So who are your siblings then? You have Nina,
so
who's
I
your
have
sister.
Nina's my sister. Joey is my brother.
Okay.
I mean, there's a bunch of us. I don't know who else is in there.
Tucker.
That's what I'm gonna have to figure that out after.
So
the
it looks
stream.
like Tucker might be. Joey says Tucker is my roommate. Falsified the last name.
Okay. Yeah.
That was crazy.
I had a feeling that maybe my siblings brought in some of their friends.
Right. What did you think of the shootout at the end?
I liked it. I mean, I wish I would have made the shot. But yeah, I mean, I just.
All right. So while you were finishing up, I got a text from Sean Zhang. He's asking if you want to play him next and when.
We thought you were trying to.
Yeah, I think you might have given me his number last time. I'll shoot him a text. We'll set something up.
Okay, Sean, if you're still watching, Vinny will text you and we'll set that up.
Just because it's a combine.
You have a lot of admirers in the chat. Do you know a Joseph Ordobody?
That's one of my brother's buddies. Yeah.
Really? He says Vinny's post-match speech has it all: poise, passion, and just enough humility to make it.
Well, he's probably heard a few of my post-game speeches. I actually used to coach him in basketball.
Oh, really? Okay.
Back at Christ the King in Amherst, New York.
Okay. So you were a basketball coach.
I was. Yeah, that's before I got into pool. But I left all that behind. And
now it's this pool.
That's why I've become the champion that I am.
Awesome. Well, really well done today. We'll look forward to future matches. What's your next match? Do you have anything lined up?
I don't have anything. I'll text Sean.
Text Sean, get it together.
Set
We'll
something up.
have
I like
you guys
coming
on
out
stream.
here, and you know, every time I come out, I want to play someone news. Just to, you know.
What
get
socks are you
different
going to wear
content.
against Sean?
Not sure. I'm not sure.
You got to think about this one.
I'll have to come up with some.
We call Sean the fish daddy.
Well, if I would have won tonight, I was thinking next match going with the black and blue, just because I've been beating up a lot of players out here.
They're
so
all
go
black
with,
and blue, huh?
Yeah, go with the black and blue.
You'll definitely have to take those green socks off today.
Right. But yeah, thanks to all my family and friends for watching. Thanks for I hopefully that they weren't too bothersome in the chat.
No, it was fun.
They're very lively.
This was very entertaining. Very
I'll
lively.
have to go back and rewatch
the leashes were definitely unleashed today.
Yeah. But, thanks for having me.
Of course. And do you know someone called Gugak? Do you have a friend or Mer in Colombia? Do you speak Spanish?
I don't speak it fluently. I mean, I do have friends in Colombia. I'm assuming. So my brother Joey, who's in the chat, he's a world traveler, so he has friends all over the world.
So this is one of Joey's contacts.
I'm assuming it's one of his contacts. Yeah.
And Gugak says muy grande, corazón de campeón. Do you know what that means?
My heart is with the champion.
Ah, right. Okay, that sounds right. Yeah. And Joey says my Colombian friend. Okay. Awesome. Well, congrats again.
All right,
Vinny.
thank you.
We'll see you. And Sean
I will
just
text
texted me again and said you're going to shark him with his colored socks. Your colored socks. So
I'll shoot him a text later. We'll set something up.
Do you have any fish-themed socks, like with fish on them?
I might. I'm not sure.
You should wear them again, Sean. My special request.
Oh yeah, is he a sushi? He's a sushi.
No,
chef?
but he said Daddy Fish. Anyone who's not as good as him, Sean calls a fish.
Oh,
so we call him Daddy Fish.
Okay.
So
and he owns a sushi restaurant.
And he owns two sushi restaurants.
All right, I'll just try to find some like sushi sheen.
Yeah, wear something fish, and that'll definitely shark him. So.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Vinny.
Yep.
We'll get Dan SHARLOW in here. All right, guys. Our second post-match interview. Hey, Dan.
What's
Man,
going on?
that went hill again. Wow, what a
I was fucking around in the beginning of the set. I was playing like 4 early or something.
And you were down 5-0, and then you came up.
Yeah, then I was like, I gotta start trying.
Right.
I don't know. I was like I said in the mid-match, I'm just beat right now. It's like I can't see the edges of the balls and stuff. I'm kind of just depending on like luck to make them. So.
Not your best shooting, but I mean you hung in there and it was close, so you
Yeah,
didn't
won
let
the
him run
first
away
one.
with it.
That was my goal.
What about the shootout? What did you think of that?
I mean, you saw how badly he stroked that ball, and then how sweetly I stroked mine. I'm just saying, it speaks for itself.
So it worked out for Swifty SHARLOW.
Yep.
Awesome. What's next for you? Is there?
I think I play Kratos tomorrow.
Kratos tomorrow at 6, right?
Yep.
Okay, sounds good. That sounds like fun.
Yeah. So
you feeling you're gonna do anything differently for that match?
I don't know, man. It's like however you sleep, and I don't like showing up early, but I really had no choice to do that. I don't like sitting around and like I was sitting around for 2 hours today before this match, and then I didn't want to like just hit balls for 3 hours before the match. I hit balls for like an hour, and then I just kind of played on my phone, and you just get worn out when you stop moving.
You probably got tired early.
That's why I try and come after work.
Get some rest for your match against Kratos tomorrow.
What time is that? Do you know?
He said 6.
6? Okay, that works. That works out better too. Like 7 o'clock.
Mike will be doing commentary. I may come in later after work, but I'll probably just be playing. May not be in
Sweet. Yeah, I appreciate you guys doing commentary again.
Of course,
always.
And congrats, Dan. Any other thoughts from today or going into tomorrow?
I mean, Vinny played all right. I think I still should. You know, if I play my best game, then I'm probably winning that. But I mean, he hung with it, and that takes guts. And he made the balls when they mattered. And he played a good save there at the end. And
all right. Well, it was definitely an entertaining match. I think you'll enjoy the chat because it was very lively today.
Oh yeah, was it?
Oh, like super lively. Yeah, a lot of Vinny's family.
Oh yeah, it's tough to play at the work, man. I'm fucking just half in, half out. That's I think I can't remember when me and Ronnie played, but I think it was like a Saturday or something maybe.
Yeah.
And that's just a lot easier for me to
weekends are for sure easier. But once again, Dan, thank you again. Great shooting, very entertaining match nonetheless. I mean, it was close and ending with a bang with a great shootout. So congratulations and looking forward to your next match.
Thanks.
Well done. All right, guys, with that, we're going to be ending the stream. It's been a while. So thank you all for tuning in. We are live from Billiard Breakdown. Coming up tomorrow at 6 p.m. is the champ, Swifty SHARLOW, playing against Kratos from Corning. So tune in at 6 p.m. tomorrow for that. Michael Lynn will be doing commentary, and we look forward to seeing you then. To everybody, thanks for tuning in. Have a great night.